The next item on the agenda is the roll call that will reflect that all members of the Planning Commission are present. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the Planning Commission minutes from the meeting of May 11, 2026. Planning Commission members, we've received the minutes from the May 11 meeting. You've had the opportunity to review them, and if they meet what is reasonable, I will entertain a motion to approve. So moved by Mr. Ford. Do I have a second? I'll second. Second by Mr. Baxter. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The minutes of the May 11 Planning Commission meeting have been approved. The next item on the agenda is any changes or additions to the agenda. Planning Commission members, do you have any changes or additions to the agenda? Everybody is sufficient amount of time for we will move on to the next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is public comments and communications for items not on the agenda. If anyone has any comments for items not on the agenda, yes, form a line so that, because we know that time is going to be of the essence this evening because a lot of people are going to talk. So don't wait until somebody finishes to get out of your seat. Start forming a line. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, point of order. I see that you published the commentary as limited to 3 minutes tonight. However, you recall at the last Planning Commission meeting, you tabled any revisions to the new bylaws. Therefore, by default, the current rules remain in force for tonight's meeting. And I remind the Chairman that is 5 minutes. According to Michigan Open Meeting Act, that is in force until it's changed by your bylaws. You tabled the bylaws last meeting. Thank you.
To the last speaker, you are absolutely correct. To get through this evening so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, we're asking if you can limit your comments. If you want to speak for 5 minutes, when you get up to the microphone, just hold up your hand and give us your 5 fingers, and we'll give you 5 minutes. That just means that this meeting is going to go on much longer. Let's move on. We're nice people. You want 5 minutes? You want 5 minutes. Okay, let the other people speak.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Stevenson. I'm from Lowell Township. I just wanted to share with you that on Saturday, June 27th, we have the Lowell Township's 3rd annual Bridge Fest happening. It's a wonderful event. There's going to be everything from horse rides to face painting to brews, barbecue, and bands playing. Sports tournaments. It's going to be a wonderfully fun day for everyone of any age, and I hope to see so many of you out there.
My name is Gina. I am from the city of Lowell. My comment has to do with the article that was in the the lighting in the city of Petoskey. The city of Petoskey is the only city in Michigan that will now receive the Dark Sky Badge of Honor from the Dark Sky Foundation as being a municipality that has an ordinance to protect our view of the night sky. This ordinance sets forth items such as wattage, the color and temperature of lighting, the types of lighting, the direction of lighting, and what lighting may be added, whether it be public or private property. This helps prevent light pollution and could help save a wonderful, amazing, multi-million-dollar resource we have already in our town, built and being used. I was out and enjoying this beautiful observatory this past Saturday night, and there were crowds. There were lines to view the night sky through these amazing telescopes we have at our disposal. We do not have a comprehensive or a ordinance in line with the Dark Sky Foundation recommendations. I think this is something we should consider adding into the ordinances that we are rewriting currently. So, please reference the Petoskey Lighting Ordinance 811. You can go to darkskyfoundation.org. You can send me a message. I am more than willing to give you all the criteria that we can utilize to protect this wonderful resource that has been in Lowell Township since the 1960s and all funded by individuals and organizations and grants, not by corporations, not by the township, and people have invested countless, probably hundreds of thousands of hours, much money, and this is a resource that we could lose if we don't protect our night sky. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I just want to thank you guys.
Get up on the mic.
Okay. Hi. Sorry. I'm Christy. I wanted to thank you guys, planning commissioners, for adding an extra section to allow for public comments, specifically questions about the presentation we're going to see. I just want to say that to start with. I also want to acknowledge everyone who came out tonight because this is a pretty strong commitment here. Now, what I would like to say is a couple things about the role of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is the agency by which the township regulates and controls the development and use of property to promote and protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The Planning Commission may provide reasonable restrictions on land use to ensure conformity to the master plan. Now, I did notice in the master plan that there is no district designated as heavy industrial, but I did just want to share with you a little bit about heavy industrial in case you're not familiar. This is definition from the website. I can send you the link. Heavy industry refers to capital-intensive industries that produce large, heavy, or complex products, often involving significant machinery, substantial capital expenditures, and extensive facilities. This sector is a fundamental component of the broader economic sector's framework, characterized by its reliance on raw materials and its role in building core infrastructure. Products of heavy industry typically serve other industries, supporting industrial development rather than being direct consumer goods. These industries are often large-scale operations with high barriers to entry due to the immense upfront investment required for manufacturing just in comparison, for light industrial, light industry is relevant in various contexts. It involves moderate use of raw materials, lower energy and space requirements, compliance with local zoning laws, high value per unit weight of products produced, minimal environmental impact compared to heavy industry. So I just wanted to make you aware of that as we begin the meeting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time, Commissioners, for a very gracious crowd. I appreciate the time. I prepared a presentation for you on amending Lowell's noise ordinance. I've been a Lowell Township resident for 12 years, and my wife and I moved here for the peace and quiet and tranquility of country life. And looking at the current noise ordinance, noise regulation for light industrial and wind energy, it seems like it's very sort of fractured and not coherent. And so I can bring these up. Basically, there have been a lot of developments in noise science over the last 20 years that the ordinance has not been updated during that time. So there's been a lot of research on what's called tonal noise. And so tonal noise is something that we produce by like a generator or a fan. And ISO standard 1996-2 states that when you're measuring like the dBA loudness of system or a property or whatever, that there is a graduated scale based on how tonal the noise is where a penalty should be applied. So if it's slightly tonal, like a 52 dBA should be reported as a 55 dBA. Or if it's more tonal, there's a little bit larger penalty. It goes between 0 and 6 or 7 dBA. And currently, the wind regulations within Lowell Township is set to 55 dBA. This is a variable, intermittent sort of noise source. Generally, they are operated at 30 to 40% of capacity. With the current proposed light industrial rezoning, what is proposed to do in there is going to be a 24/7 kind of continuous source. And there is additional research that says that sort of continuous source affects your sympathetic system and your cardiovascular system in a different way. So even if you attenuate your hearing and you don't hear the noise anymore, your subconscious system still does. And it causes actual cardiovascular risk. It causes issues with mental health and mental clarity. And so to help keep the rural character of Lowell, which is in the master plan, and to continue to help keep those characteristics, I think it would be very prevalent for this to consider adjustment to your light industrial sound and noise requirements to be more in line with kind of current research. Appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of our neighbors in Dowagiac, Michigan. They have recently filed a class action suit, and I hope that as another rural community, we can be with them in spirit. Mayor Bateman actually cuts my brother's hair, and back in January, my brother called me and told me that Mayor Bateman had told him Dowagiac would never have a data center moratorium, that they'd had a data center for 3 years and there hadn't been any complaints. And my brother threw in like a tree hugger at me too, because, he loves me. Recently, actually just in the past 2 weeks, the residents of Dowagiac have filed a class action suit against Hyperscale Digital. So in the time between January what type of technology? To GPU. GPU is the type of technology in Microsoft data center, in AI data centers. These are two different technologies that require different infrastructure. Mayor Bateman has been quoted as saying, I just want to be able to use my yard. It's summer and my children can't go outside. Mayor Bateman's wife is one of the plaintiffs on that suit. The City Commission adopted a new noise ordinance. They have sent letters to Hyperscale Digital that Hyperscale Digital ignores. They just pay their loans. Right? It shouldn't cost them doing business. So, left with no further recourse, they have filed a class action suit. Hyperscale's digital response to that class action suit was to release a press release that they plan to increase their data center campus tenfold. They've already purchased land. They didn't even tell the city and had no conversation with the city. So I come here tonight and just ask everyone here in this building to keep people watching in your hearts.
Township. I just want to say thank you, Michael Captain, the interpreter. Honestly, it's about time Lowell Township did it correctly on getting the interpreter at the last minute. That's what I'm talking about. So, all I want to say is, as a message with Sherry Hill, you are a disappointment to Lowell. That's all. Thank you so much.
Sir, you're leading over into data center, which is coming up on the agenda.
Oh, I apologize, I go too early.
Why don't you just wait and we'll
I'm
begin
just going to
that?
finish because I'm here, we're very close.
What did you say, sir?
Global cloud providers such
did you
as
say?
Amazon Web Services,
Sir?
Google, Microsoft, and Oracle routinely host classified military
You're going to continue talking, is that the idea?
To speak
I cannot understand
He's talking about targeting.
In modern conflicts, state actors view these facilities as legitimate targets because crippling them disrupts an adversary's military, financial, and societal capabilities. This shift has resulted in direct drone strikes on commercial tech infrastructure in conflict zones. The military's direct infrastructure push consists of the United States Department of Defense recognizing data centers as a critical national security imperative. The U.S. Army is actively partnering with private equity and legal real estate firms like Carlyle Group and Cyrus One to construct hyperscale data centers directly on military bases. These secure on-base facilities provide the necessary compute for AI-driven battlefield systems. However, these systems have vulnerabilities, and what does their difference look like? Because cloud networks are now part of the digital
there will be ample opportunity to talk about data centers and Microsoft and everything. So this is for something not on the agenda or even bleeding over into it.
Yes, sir.
But we all appreciate what you've done with those victims.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Right on, okay. Mike Schmucker. I live down in Alto. And so this is not directly related to data center. Obviously, a lot of stuff here is, it touches it, right? Just a little bit here and there. This more has to kind of, my wife and I moved to the community almost a decade ago, and we immediately figured out that the best way for us to get involved in the community is to immerse ourselves in the community. Through scouts, through school, through church, through fair, all these things, right? It's all community. But last week, I think it was last week, Mr. Hale, Supervisor Hale, was quoted, and I'm going to butcher the quote, but he said that I'm not community because I don't live in Lowell Township. I really hard to believe because we've spent a long time trying to get a community built together. We're a farm community, we're a rural community, not all rural, right? There's some city, there's some rural, there's a good blend. But you look at this as community, there's a lot of good community events, but just take and segregate these guys over here and say your opinion doesn't matter because you don't live in Lowell Township, I find it really hard to swallow. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to make comment regarding items not on the agenda? I was waiting for you.
What about the pools and the hot tubs? What did you guys come up with?
We're studying the situation.
Okay, still looking into it. So,
Stay tuned. It'll come back to the planning commission meetings sooner or later.
okay. Thank you. And thanks, guys, for being up there and smiles on your face.
Very good.
Way to go, Mike.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashton Shaw. I just wanted to let everybody know if they haven't heard that there's an attempt at a recall petition underway for. There's been a lot of people involved in trying to coordinate that, and there's a lot of steps ahead, but just wanted to share that in case the Microsoft team wasn't aware. Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Okay, I am going to close.
Don't worry, this is not about the item that shall not be known as a data center. The reason that I'm up here right now is actually to teach you all something that I really hope you'll learn in the next coming months, if not minutes and hours. It's the primary goal of playing chess. How many of y'all are chess players? How many of y'all might play checkers? Okay, I'm getting somewhere with this. It's that when it comes to the goal of playing chess, it's to checkmate the opponent's king, right? So this all happens when the king is trapped under a direct attack. There are no legal maneuvers. There are no ways to block the threat. There are no ways of capturing the attacking piece. Why? Because their idea is to capture everything in between and around that they can. They actively move the pieces to start in squares to control more territory. Why do they do this? Because they want free control. I share this with you now because I hope that Lowell Township and all surrounding townships housing in general, let's make sure that, as Nicole shared, our dark skies are protected. Today, for those who don't know, is World Ocean Day. Our Ocean Day connects to our dark skies. It connects to our pollinators. It connects to everything that makes the agricultural part of this community live. So again, please take from me tonight that it's time to learn to play checkers, no more. It's time to play chess. Let's protect that game.
Right, we're going to close the public comment for items not on the agenda. Now, folks, you will all have opportunities to talk this evening, make comment, ask questions regarding data center, Microsoft, etc. All members of the public will be able to comment specifically on item 8B, which you have the agenda that is the Microsoft presentation regarding the Microsoft applications, but when it's been presented. So we're getting there. We've got another item of business to do, and then we'll be involved with the Microsoft program. Next item on the agenda is public hearing, and we do not have a public hearing this evening, so we'll move on. Unfinished business. We do not have any unfinished business this evening, so we'll move on to new business. The first item on the agenda for new business is the Maple Ridge, which is a retirement community here in Lowell Township. And their site plan, a request for site plan for their special use permit is to add additional living units. The owner, Howard Berger, is here, and he's going to give us just a brief overview of what his request is, and then we're going to have our planner, who has studied the situation, looked at the site plan, and has given us a report, and then he's going to give us a highlight of what that plan commission is then going to discuss it and make a decision. So, Howard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Harris. My name is Howard Berger. I'm the owner of Maple Ridge Manor Assisted Living Facility in Lowell. We came to the board back in 2019, I think it was, to construct a 54-unit facility for the home of the aged. And we started construction, the board approved it. We started construction in the late summer of 2019 and opened in September of 2020. If you remember what 2020 was all about, it was a very hard start for us. We have grown exponentially in that time frame from then until now. We feel we have one of the best communities anywhere around. We are a family-owned business, not a corporate-owned business, and I think people see that in our community. We have our facility is full with 54 units, and we have a very large waiting list for people to be in. Some of the potential people have been told it could be as much as 2 years, which I don't believe that. So they got me to thinking, do we want to or should we add on to the facility to accommodate more Lowell residents in our facility and try to take care of our seniors? And it's been a real battle, especially with me and my wife. She's not as much in favor as maybe I was. So anyway, we're here tonight to see propose that we add on to the east of our facility an 18-unit wing. It would actually be a 20-unit wing, but we lose one room on the existing side and one room on the new side for connecting corridor. So we could add up to 18 rooms. So that's why we're here tonight, and we're looking for approval from the board.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, right there.
Your question?
going to give us the information from his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the applicant had noted, they currently have 54 dwelling units on site. This plan, when it was approved for a special land use, was approved for 90 total dwelling units, or 92, I believe, or 74 total. On site, 72. Basically, what this particular application is for is a site plan amendment to approve special land use. The special land use itself is not changing within the boundaries of what it was originally approved for. And the small wing that he's adding these additional units onto, as you mentioned, will be coming off the backside on the side over the east, where the additional basically what this what we have to look at is the site plan standards. So I'm just going to run through quickly every site plan review for it. So we're going to look at parking, setbacks, things like that. Dimensional standards, they need to be the minimum 20-foot side yard requirement. They do. This wing does well inside that setback requirement. They are required one parking space for the 3 dwelling units and 1 per employee. The existing facility currently contains 35 spaces with 4 additional spaces proposed. So given the 72 total dwelling units and the maximum shift of employees count roughly around 14 persons, 38 spaces will be required for this particular site with the addition. The applicant, including 2 barrier-free spaces, the applicant is proposing 39 spaces, and they're going to be installing 8 barrier-free spaces. No changes are being done to the access of the site whatsoever. The signage is not changing. There are no proposed changes to the landscaping. They may wish to discuss with the applicant potentially allow some screening to the residential property there to the south. However, I do understand that there is quite a significant elevation change for that particular location. And the density, section 2203 of the ordinance establishes that maximum density for that particular land use at 10 units per acre. Property is 7.5 acres. And that calculates out to 9.6 total dwelling units per acre. So they meet the density requirements. Are there any questions?
I've had the opportunity to visit the Maple Ridge Manor a number of times, and it is an outstanding facility. It's very, very well run, and people seem to be happy, well fed, and well taken care of. So I think he's doing a great service to this community having this facility here. And I think we all know that the demand for senior living is just growing. So if there's any opportunity to add additional units to a fine facility like this, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Now, Planning Commission, do you have any questions for All right, so Brad has in his report listed all of the standards that have to be met for an approval, and the applicant meets most all of them. He has some items that he said you can still go ahead and do the approval with conditions, and I think that would be a good way for us to move forward. I've listed, I have a list of conditions, so if you want to get into that. So, Planning Commission, I guess the first question is, are you in favor of the amendment to the additional 18 units? Let me know what you think. Guys, if we got the car, are you in favor of approving the amendment to add? approve the Maple Ridge Manor site plan amendment dated June 20, 2026, showing the addition of 18 living units to the facility with the following conditions. And these are going to be the conditions. Number one, and it's item 3, standard 3. A landscaping screening plan for adjacent properties should be developed. Number 2, the plan, the site plan itself will need review and approval by the Lowell City Fire Department. The next standard is the applicant must provide stormwater calculations to be approved by the township engineer, and also the soil and sediment control permit will be required from Kent County before starting any work. That's the standard. The next standard is that they must provide a photometric plan to show the lighting is in compliance with the township lighting ordinance. The next standard is submit all necessary local, state, and federal permits required by construction, which is a standard language. And then the last condition will be a decision to pursue the additional units must be communicated to the Lowell Township Planning Commission on or before June 8, 2027. So, because our is in planning stages, so he needs to just let us know if it's a go or and he's not got some time to do that. So, Planning Commission, motion has been made to approve the request for the 18 units for these conditions. I will entertain accept a second. Mr. Ford, seconded the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It's been approved with the conditions, and we can send you a copy of the minutes that have all of those things listed. Thank you very much. It's well deserved. They do a fine job. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the proposed zoning text amendment application and conditional rezone applications by Microsoft Corporation. And we're going to do this in steps. Step 1 is going to be the project introduction and presentation by the applicant. Step 2 is going to be planning commission questions and comments to the applicant. Step 3 is going to be public comment and question period. Now, if you received the agenda packet, you will know there was a statement regarding public comment question, and I'm going to just read that. Members of the public are invited to comment or ask a question to the Planning Commission about this agenda item. The applicant will not hold an open question and answer session with the public at this time. No direct questions from the public will be answered by the applicant at this session. Planning commissioners will be recording your questions and will have the opportunity to ask any questions here during the public comment directly to the applicant after public comment session is closed. So if you're specifically asking questions, we're going to be writing those down and having audio so that we can then get back to the applicant on that. I ask that if you're asking a question for our benefit, talk slow and loud so that we can understand. To allow for all persons to be heard, comments are limited to, we're asking for 3 minutes, but if you want to talk for 5 minutes, you're entitled per speaker. Each person may speak only speak once, and if any allotted time remains, the speaker may not readdress the commission to use up any forfeited time. So, then, from there, the planning commission will have the opportunity to ask questions and comments to the applicant. And the last step will be Microsoft will present their rezoning application and text amendment application, and they'll do that presentation. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn the floor over to the representatives from Microsoft. I think they have a video or a display for you that will show you a number of graphics and that kind of thing. So, Mr. Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Could you please go to the slideshow?
Folks, just move right into it.
It's further down. It says the June 8th public meeting.
Way to be organized, dude.
Alright, that's it. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Simmons and members of the Planning Commission, the Township staff, and members of the public. My name is Joel Mills, and I'm the Microsoft Land Development Manager for this project. Joining me today. Joining me tonight is Diane from Microsoft's Media Affairs team. And we also have other members here with us from our land development team. Microsoft would like to thank Lowell Township Planning Commission for giving us the opportunity to share more details about our proposed data center campus, as it considers the zoning request for land within the covenant business park. Next slide, please.
Next slide,
Before I begin our presentation, I do want to acknowledge many of the concerns that you, the public, and the Planning Commission and the trustees have shared over the last several months.
That we can't trust you!
We've heard questions about transparency, whether enough information has been provided, the need for more community dialogue, and what this project would mean for the Lowell Charter Township. We also recognize that this project did not begin with enough direct engagement from Microsoft, particularly because the initial rezoning request was brought forward by the property owner rather than us. We heard clearly that the community wanted more direct information from our team.
Actually, it wasn't even the owner, so you're
We heard clearly that the community wanted to hear direct information from our team. Project-specific questions have been fielded to our team, and we want to address and focus on those needs. We want to focus and address on those needs tonight. Questions about water and wastewater needs for the project, utility upgrades that might affect local rates, data center cooling methods, environmental sustainability, energy use, and our data center design. We acknowledge the Township's decision to pause on the rezoning process, to exercise your duty to evaluate the impacts of the zoning code change. We also welcome the chance to share more information with you as we engage with yourselves and residents of Lowell. Over the past few months, we've worked to do that. We had a community open house. We had ongoing conversations with residents that live in this area. We've talked to township officials. We've had broader outreach to share project information. We sent out news cards and postcards. We've also responded to many of your questions.
No, you haven't.
We also submitted an application for zoning in April. This had detailed information about the rezoning request from the company and the proposed data center code and text amendment that is now before the township. Next slide.
And they didn't bring it before us.
This slide. We will cover several topics tonight at a high level, and we're also prepared to come back to future meetings with our subject matter experts to follow up and answer your questions that you might have. If the Planning Commission welcomes this opportunity, we would like to continue engaging with the public in these meetings. We also understand that additional studies and analysis are being completed as the project becomes more defined. As I noted, Microsoft submitted applications on April 13th to rezone the Covenant Business Park and the adjacent residential parcels to light industrial. We also submitted a proposed zoning text amendment that imposes additional restrictions on data centers.
And then has to have it held.
Microsoft is not seeking a recommendation on our zoning application tonight. We are here to provide additional information and answer the questions from the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry, please go back one side. Please go back one side. The proposed Microsoft Office project shown in the graphic. You can see there's 5 data center buildings, a utility.
You people out there that are causing all of this, I am a resident of Lowell Township. And you people are embarrassing.
You should be embarrassed. Woo! You should be embarrassed. There's a good reason. You should be embarrassed.
I don't care if you like and dislike the idea of a data center. There's some sort of common courtesy for you to show.
They don't give us the courtesy. They have not given us the courtesy.
I don't know what you think you're gaining by this kind of outlook. Okay, law enforcement.
I'm just doing this.
If you
Really?
you can disagree.
They have at least 4 cop cars. There are 4 to 6 cop cars at least 8
We are
cops.
setting aside time for you to express, your opinion, make your statements, ask your questions. So show some courtesy and let the applicant talk. I mean, that is the way things should work. They talk. You talk. You will have your opportunity. You're not being good Lowell Township citizens. And for all of you folks that are not Lowell Township citizens, you're showing the same thing.
Thank you!
So, let's try to have a little courtesy and let the folks talk. You will have your opportunity, more than once.
The proposed Microsoft data center in this graphic shows 5 data center buildings, a utility substation, an employee office building, and associated structures, such as roads and stormwater infrastructure. This is a draft plan based on the available space in the business park within the current zoning rules in the township, and will likely change as the process moves forward. A data center building houses computer servers and data storage devices, networking equipment, including modems, routers, and cables connecting the hardware to the internet, the global communications network. Data centers are working behind the scenes to enable our modern conveniences and necessities.
That are forced on us.
These are not only integral to our daily lives, but also they serve as a platform for businesses and growth and innovation.
Not by choice.
These buildings are similar in size and appearance to a distribution warehouse. Each data center building you see houses space for computer servers, mechanical and electrical equipment, a cooling system, and administrative spaces for employees. Like warehouses, they sit on concrete pads. They do not contain basements or extensive underground works. They do not extract or discharge anything into the soil or nearby waterways. Next slide, please. Microsoft operates more than 500 data centers in over 34 countries. We have experience developing and operating these facilities in communities similar to Lowell and the broader Grand Rapids region.
And they don't like you there either.
In the United States, we've been building and operating data centers in places like Quincy, Washington since 2006, Boynton, Virginia since 2010, West Des Moines, Iowa since 2011, and Goodyear, Arizona for more than a decade. That experiences taught us that every community is different, and strong local partnerships matter from the beginning. These communities have not only hosted Microsoft for years, but they have voted time and again to strengthen our partnership by granting us permits and approvals to operate and expand our data center campuses. The confidence that these communities have in Microsoft to build and operate data centers responsibly is a testament to our community-first principles. Next slide, please. Data centers are an investment in the critical digital infrastructure needed by all kinds of businesses, like banks, small businesses, local startups, hospitals, schools, first responders, governments. Cloud services delivered by data centers generate thousands of technology jobs to build and support digital platforms, products, and services. Next slide, please. The cloud plays a significant role in our everyday lives. Every time you stream a video, send an email, check your online bank account, use a mobile app, join a virtual meeting, or shop online, you're relying on a data center somewhere to store, process, and deliver that information securely and quickly. Data centers route 911 calls from the call center to fire and police services. When you visit the hospital, doctors check your medical records stored in a data center. Data centers work behind the scenes to support the digital services people use every day at home, at work, in schools, in hospitals, and in public safety operations. As more of our daily life moves online, the need for reliable digital infrastructure continues to grow. Data centers are not just another industrial use. Data centers are as essential today as roads, railroads, and electricity were in earlier generations. They are a part of modern infrastructure that communities, businesses, schools, hospitals, first responders, and governments rely on every single day. Next slide, please.
Talk about spin.
Organizations in Michigan rely on the cloud. These customers are essentially renting server capacity from our data centers. The Microsoft Cloud serves over 1 billion customers and over 20 million companies worldwide. Over 95% of the Fortune 500 companies run Microsoft Azure. The infrastructure is expanding because our society uses more digital services every year. Next slide, please. Many of you have asked our team, why Lowell? We select data center locations based on a variety of factors. We look at customer demand, as I just discussed. We look at network access, suitable land, community considerations, qualified personnel, and available energy capacity. Microsoft has already made significant investments in West Michigan. We purchased two properties for data centers in Gaines Charter Township and Door Township. These are long-term investments. Because of that, Microsoft has a strong interest in getting the relationship with the community right from the beginning. Part of why data centers are built in clusters of 3 is for redundancy. If one data center fails in an emergency, the other 2 will pick up the workload. The closer the building is to customers, the faster and more reliable the services will perform. These sites in West Michigan will allow us to meet the existing and growing customer demand in West Michigan. These projects represent long-term investment that can support jobs, grow your tax base, and provide infrastructure improvements when planned responsibly. In this case, the site is important. As we search for available land in the region, this area in the Covenant Business Park has been planned for industrial and business park development for a very long time. It is large enough to support a multi-building layout with appropriate setbacks and buffers, and it allows us to design around wetlands, streams, drainage features, and nearby areas in a proper way. Community matters just as much. We look for locations where there is a transparent public process. Where local officials are carefully evaluating their planned land use through master planning efforts and responsible ordinances.
Then you don't need a variance.
We also evaluate zoning standards for each site for opportunities to incorporate proper screening, setbacks, lighting controls, stormwater infrastructure, and other protections in the project from the beginning to be a good neighbor in your community. Although the buildings are large, data centers generally generate far less noise and daily traffic. They generate far less noise and daily truck traffic like many other industrial uses, such as manufacturing, logistics warehouses, especially once construction is complete. West Michigan also has a strong history of established labor force and skilled trades. This pipeline supports construction and long-term operations of a data center. Programs like the Kent Career Technical Center offer hands-on training in fields such as construction, HVAC, mechanical equipment, welding, and precision machining, providing long-term careers that do not require a 4-year degree. This matters because projects like this one create opportunities not only for engineers and technology professionals, but also electricians, mechanical technicians, equipment operators, and other trades. These provide livable wages, practical skill training, and long-term career growth in the region so people don't have to leave home. So people don't have to leave home to find living wage jobs. These projects are often built in phases. They support not only direct construction jobs, but also local contractors during construction and into operations. Available energy is also a key factor. Data centers need access to reliable electric infrastructure grids with the ability to safely serve the site. And this location benefits because there are existing high voltage transmission infrastructure that can support the long-term operations. Next slide, please. The site has been planned for industrial and business park use for a long time. The land was first zoned for industrial uses in the early 1990s. In 2005, the Township Board rezoned it from light industrial to Industrial Planned Unit Development, or IPUD, the current zoning. In 2008, the future land use map shows the area as industrial. In 2014, the master plan shows it as a mixed-use area. Then, in 2022, the master plan again shows it for industrial development and calls it the I-96 planning area because it's located adjacent to the highway. The zoning proposal consists of a conditional rezoning application for 5 parcels. It's consistent with Lowell's 2022 master plan future land use map. And it advances the township's long-range planning for this area, and it aligns zoning across the site for industrial character already contemplated here. The master plan proposes the uses such as light industrial trucking terminals, fabrication facilities, manufacturing, and food processing. In the current zoning, data centers are listed as a permitted use, subject to final development and approval. During your consideration in 2025 of the zoning ordinance, data centers were specifically discussed and added as a light industrial use rather than heavy industrial because they look like other light industrial buildings and they do not emit loud noises on a consistent basis. The 256 proposed site plan shown includes an on-site substation, 5 buildings, stormwater ponds, and private roads. We carefully designed this site to protect wetlands, streams, drains, and other features. Microsoft will use retaining walls in these areas to protect environmental features and reduce disturbance on the site. There are 30 acres of wetlands and 900 feet of streams on the site. Our plan limits impacts to only 1.3 acres of environmental features. The graphic also shows extensive buffering zones in yellow along the northern boundary, next to residential uses. These areas will be used for landscaping, berms, screening, and required setbacks and easements. Microsoft is also looking at a 42-acre parcel west of the site. That parcel is adjacent to the existing high-power transmission lines. After investigating the main site, Microsoft's design team saw that there was not enough space on the property to build a substation without impacting the protected wetland areas. We're seeking to provide a power switching station here. The switching station will provide a lower voltage power line to connect to the site that you see in the graphic. The total land purchase for this project is 298 acres. We plan to deed the 42-acre substation to the utility company. They will build and operate a publicly used switch station. This parcel is not a part of our rezone request. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this is the primary site you can see on the graphic. It's a 230-acre parcel, and there's also 3 agricultural residential parcels in addition to the industrial parcel. Microsoft wants to ensure consistent development standards on the site for every parcel. Doing a conditional rezoning will zone all the properties under light industrial. It will also provide benefits to the Lowell Charter Township by adding additional restrictions on the use of the property. Approval will result in a consolidated light industrial zone. All parcels will be combined into a single parcel after appropriate local approvals and the land acquisition to create one data center campus, consistent with the future land use map. The rezone request is not the only approval that will have to be made at the township level. As we get further into design, we'll have to come back to the Planning Commission to get site plan approval. The site plan is required to follow the zoning ordinance for light industrial, plus additional restrictions that we have offered in our zoning request, and any other zoning changes that the township creates during the zoning code amendment. This will include future public hearings and Planning Commission review of the site plans for the project before anything can be done on the site. Microsoft will have to apply for various permits at the county, state, and federal levels to get approvals before we complete any work on the site. The planning and approval process for this site is the same as any other developer that wants to develop the property. Next slide, please. Our work in Michigan is guided by our Community First infrastructure commitments. Microsoft will pay our way so that our data centers do not increase residential electricity prices. We will minimize water use. We'll create jobs for local residents. We will add to the local tax base supporting your public services. We'll strengthen the community through training and nonprofit investments. Next slide, please. Consistent with our Community First commitments, we're designing this data center project to strengthen and not strain the community of Lowell Charter Township. Microsoft is committed to being a good neighbor in communities where we build, own, and operate data centers. We value hearing directly from community members to align our development, operations, and investments with local values and needs. In our conversations with residents and local leaders like yourselves and our open house event, we heard concerns about jobs, tax incentives, water and energy use, environmental impacts, and performance standards such as noise, light, setbacks, and screening. We're continuing this conversation tonight and in future workshops to give you the information you need to make an informed decision on our proposal. This slide summarizes our commitments in Lowell Township. This is binding through contract and zoning law. These conditions are documented in our application, and they embody our tenets and our Community First commitments. Next slide, please. The conditions also address zoning language and their designs to address the points that we've heard from the community. The township requires zoning standards for every business in a property zone like this. Microsoft offers to zone the parcels with additional conditions as well, consistent with our Community First principles. The zoning request is not creating a new direction for the property. It follows the path the township has already set. We also will add extra zoning conditions, as mentioned. A conditional rezoning contract adds zoning conditions that go beyond the base light industrial standards. We'll also consolidate the parcel and apply the standards across the entire site. These restrictions, if they are approved, would run with the land and apply to any owner or developer that owns the property. We're designing our township, our Lowell Charter Township data center to strengthen, not strain the community. Our data centers are engineered to lead gold standards, and this project proposes additional design standards to protect nearby neighbors. During normal operations, noise at the property lines and residential zoning boundaries will not exceed 65 dBA. Measured with industry standard calibrated equipment. In the rare and temporary grid power emergency, noise at the property line will not exceed 85 dBA. For reference, the current average noise level on this property are 60 decibels on the northern property line on Cascade Road, And the average noise decibels at the interstate property line is 70 decibels on average from interstate traffic. We are also incorporating landscaping, 8-foot berms, screening, and 150-foot setbacks from the property line. This will reduce any visual and operational impacts, and it's well above the required setbacks in the Township zoning code. We will also limit light pollution during operations. We will aim and shield our lights so they do not shine directly onto residential lots. We'll limit light levels at the property line to 0.1 foot candles, except at the security station on our access drive. And we will use lighting with a color temperature of 4,000 K or lower. These conditions will apply to any parcels that are merged for the use of a data center. If the facility ever stops operating as a data center, Microsoft will be responsible financially to shut down the facility and do any on-site remediation. And we will also provide a performance guarantee so the Township can monitor and enforce compliance under the zoning ordinance. We will comply with all local, state, and federal laws. Any stormwater discharges from the property or air emissions must comply with requirements that are set forth by both state and federal regulations, including the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy Water Resource Division. Any discharges associated with the data center, like sewer water from the office building, will be subject to all the same federal statutes and administrative rules for any business. Ongoing permitting compliance will be monitored by these agencies as well following construction. Next slide, please. Energy powers the companies and the services hosted on our cloud services. It enables everything from emails and emergency services to hospital records, video streaming, gaming, online shopping. And it's true, data centers do use a lot of electricity to keep these services running reliably and securely. At the same time, as part of our community first commitments, we've made it clear that we will pay for any upgrades required for our data center. This will not increase your electricity prices. Microsoft will work with utility providers such as Consumers Energy and the Michigan Public Service Commission. We pay our fair share for any electricity service. We include any upgrades needed for the site, including generation, transmission, and substations, so the cost of the data center is not shifted to residential customers. This site will only use emergency backup generators during a grid power emergency, and we will operate and maintain those in full compliance with the federal enforcement agency, the EPA. We look forward to coming back in future workshops. We'll have Consumers Energy share information about energy needs for our project. Next slide, please. The project will use the City of Lowell water and sewer system. We will pay for all the upgrades required and fully fund them if they're necessary to serve our project. Microsoft will not have a ground well at the site. We won't use water to cool this data center. We'll only use it for operational needs like sinks and toilets. Municipal water provides reliable service from the City of Lowell, and those are permitted and regulated by the state. The state evaluates sustainable yield and long-term capacity and potential impacts to surrounding users. The city has completed initial studies and determined that the local water aquifer can support the minimal water and sewer numbers our project would require. We work with the local utilities to make sure there's enough capacity available. That might mean investing in upgrades like water pipes or pumps or water plant upgrades to power water for the data center. Microsoft pays for these upgrades. We put money into an escrow account before we ever break ground on the project. and the city and township will upgrade any required services in their jurisdiction. We take responsibility for this very seriously so that our data center won't add additional cost to your utility bills. Next slide, please. Modern data centers are more water efficient than traditional facilities. At Microsoft, we cool our data centers with as little water as possible. We use a mix of cooling approaches. Depending on where the data center is located. We minimize our water use in Michigan by using advanced cooling approaches. We look at liquid to chip closed loop systems. We look at air-cooled chillers. These significantly reduce water use, and they do not require water consumption for cooling the data center. Air-cooled chillers rely only on air, like air conditioning in your home or your car with zero water use. Our latest cooling innovation allows us to through the closed loop system to cool the data center without evaporative cooling. While it's the latest technology used in our data centers, the underlying concept is not new. This is the same basic approach used for decades in air conditioners and industrial systems like HVAC units. Next slide, please. Microsoft estimates that the site plan shown to you tonight would require about 6,000 gallons per day. This is equal to 2.2 million gallons of water per year. Once construction is complete, this is equivalent to 20 homes or a restaurant and what they would require each year. The water demands will be used for domestic purposes like sinks and toilets by our employees. This annual estimate does not include any water for cooling purposes because the facility will use a closed loop system which requires no access to water for ongoing operations. Construction sites use water for dust control, tire washing, flushing, testing, and commissioning buildings. Prior to operations, Microsoft will require water for commissioning the closed loop system. This initial demand will exceed the operational needs shown. The initial fill of each building's closed loop system would require 250,000 gallons per building. The total size of the entire closed loop system on the campus is 1.2 million gallons. The initial process to fill the closed loop system does not happen all at once. Typically, we build one data center at a time. That takes about 12 to 18 months to complete construction. So commissioning will be spread out over several years. We work closely with the city, local utilities, and general contractors to make sure that the existing infrastructure can handle the load for our project. Once the closed loop system is filled, the liquid is not discharged or lost during operations. Any additives that we use in the closed loop system to enhance the liquid to handle the heat does not go into any of the surrounding infrastructure. We do not add PFAS to our cooling systems. Under normal conditions, the liquid remains fully contained. There is.
Hey, Jonah. Let the man talk! Jonah, hold on a minute here. Folks, hey, just one thing, please. We want to have a question and answering session tonight. But if we up here as a commission cannot hear what they're telling us and you want to ask us a question, unfortunately, we're not going to have an answer for you. So please just let them finish it. I know everybody doesn't want the data center, but let's at least give them an opportunity to speak because there's plenty of time for everybody else to speak after that. Just give them a few more minutes and then we'll open it up to
multiple layers Multiple layers of monitoring and safety controls are designed to detect and isolate any issues quickly. Modern liquid-cooled systems use multiple layers of protection. We can respond to any leaks to prevent any potential releases into the environment. This helps us protect our employees, our equipment, the surrounding environment, and your community. These automatic shutdown systems are a key part of responsible liquid cooling design, and they support safe, reliable, and resilient operations throughout the years of our computing environment. In the unlikely event of a leak or a spill, data centers have established spill responses and cleanup procedures in place. These include trained personnel, readily available spill kits, and planned disposal procedures to help ensure that liquids are contained, cleaned up, and managed in a responsible way. In the uncommon event that the fluid must be removed from the property, for example during maintenance or if a leak is detected, it's captured and handled under strict regulatory authority and transported off-site to a proper treatment facility to prevent any impacts to the environment or water table in this area. Companies like Veolia and Clean Harbors are well-established industrial water companies in the state. They provide these types of services for other industrial businesses in Michigan. We would use a company like this to haul off any industrial water in the rare case that we would need to be emptying the closed-loop system. At this time, I'd like to welcome up our Community Affairs Manager, Diane.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you for having me. I'm Diane.
Real close.
Okay. I'm Diane. I'm with the Community Affairs. And I want to say that at Microsoft, community is not an afterthought to development. It's built into how we operate data centers from the start, grounded in our community-first infrastructure principles. Wherever we build, we focus on investing in people, strengthening local partnerships, and responding to community needs. That includes investing in digital and workforce skills, supporting local nonprofits and community-led projects, and partnering with environmental sustainability programs that reflect local priorities. We're already doing this in the Midwest. For example, in Ohio, Microsoft has partnered with organizations like the Dawes Arboretum and the Streams and Wetland Foundation to fund wetland restoration projects that improve water quality, restore habitat, and expand public access and environmental education. Next slide. Oh, move forward 2 slides, please. Thank you. Microsoft is committed to being a long-term partner in the Lowell area. We are not seeking local property tax abatements. And once operational, this project will make Microsoft one of the largest taxpayers in the community and in Kent County. Our investment will generate significant new revenue to support Lowell area schools, the Kent District Library, infrastructure, public safety, including the Lowell Area Fire and Emergency Services Authority and other essential community services. Next slide, please. Data centers deliver a meaningful long-term boost to the local and regional economy. They create well-paying jobs both during construction and operations, from skilled trades like electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and ironworkers, to ongoing roles in IT, engineering, operations, and facility management. Our on-site roles are only part of the benefit. Our data centers also strengthen the wider economy by supporting local businesses as suppliers and employers invest in goods and services throughout the community. Next slide, please. Microsoft has a dedicated community affairs manager serving Michigan, Matthew, who many of you I think have met. And our role is to listen, stay engaged, and ensure community feedback informs decisions throughout the life of the project. We also maintain a public Michigan community page that shares project updates, background information, upcoming engagement opportunities, and it's one of several ways we aim to keep information accessible and continue dialogue as the project continues. Next slide. To close, I want to underscore that we are early in the development process and how the community remains involved. Importantly, we will continue connecting with neighbors, township leaders, and local stakeholders throughout the planning, development, and operations to help ensure this project reflects local priorities and delivers long-term community value. My colleague Jonah will now finish our presentation.
Microsoft's data center investments and our operations are designed with local communities and the surrounding area ecosystems in mind. Microsoft has design principles, and they guide us as we maintain our world-class data centers, our standards, and we focus on sustainability, community needs, local ecosystems, and responsible resource use. Next slide, please. Design considerations for this site will limit any impacts to existing ecosystems using comprehensive stormwater design, retaining walls, clear span bridges, and careful site planning around 30 acres of wetlands and streams on the site. We also will work with the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy for permits to develop our property. And we will look to compensate any mitigations by purchasing credits at a 2-to-1 ratio to impact to a local mitigation bank. Next slide, please. Microsoft's Good Neighbor Guidelines are a set of recommendations developed by our team to design, construct, and operate our data centers in ways that respect and support neighboring communities. We consider existing vegetation, and we incorporate landscaping that fits the surrounding area. We also maintain appropriate distances between our data centers and neighbors through setbacks and buffer zones. We design our data centers to meet local sound standards, and the site layout is planned to minimize off-site sound. Before construction, we conduct acoustic modeling and sound models to help predict where the sound levels may go and confirm that they meet the local requirements. Microsoft has a variety of methods to help manage sound from our operations. We use sound-reducing building designs. We install equipment enclosures for noise barriers. We also use setbacks and berms to set back the data center facility from neighbors. Microsoft monitors its facilities as required to stay in compliance with all the noise regulations. We also promptly address any concerns that come up. Microsoft carefully designs all the exterior lighting to prioritize worker safety and minimize light pollution. We are mindful that the community values dark night skies and minimal intrusion from bright lights at night. Our approach with lighting does help ensure that our data center's presence is unobtrusive and does not affect anyone's health. Microsoft.
Let him finish.
Microsoft is committed to keeping our staff, contractors, and the community safe. Data centers do not pose a threat. Data centers do not pose a threat to community health. During all phases of a data center life cycle, starting in construction and going into operations, Microsoft meets local, state, and national health, safety, and environmental regulations, including those of the local government. There is no evidence that living near a data center causes or increases the risk of cancer, miscarriage, or other health The fundamental technology, computer processors, hard drives, networking cables, cooling systems, these have been used in data centers for decades without major incidents. During normal operations, data centers do not produce toxic emissions or hazardous radiation during operations.
Let him finish, folks.
In rare emergency situations, when a backup generator must be used, emission levels on our generators are closely monitored to ensure that we comply with all the federal, state, and local air quality regulations. Typically, Microsoft emergency generators are used very little for testing, up to less than 24 hours in an entire year. And usually testing happens during business hours on weekdays as part of our operations. Next slide, please. You can see in these conceptual renderings that we're implementing these design standards and the current zoning ordinance into our development plans. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is a view of the property from the interstate ramp getting onto the highway. Next slide, please. This is another view further down the interstate. Next slide, please. This is a view of the front of the data center campus from Cascade Road from across the street on a neighboring property. Next slide, please. This would be a view of the front gate and the security entrance to the facility. Next slide, please. All right, so to summarize, a data center development has several phases. Right now, we're in the land acquisition and early planning phase. We're looking to entitle the site while looking at infrastructure needs such as water and wastewater improvements, traffic, existing roads, and power and water studies. Our design and timeline will be shaped through the existing township review process and ongoing community engagement. Next slide, please. The first phase of construction is considered the land development phase. Typically, this is when we fund a development agreement to pay for any off-site improvements. This would be paid through an escrow account that Microsoft funds. After site plan approval and local permits for earthwork grading, once we are approved, we would go and move earthworks to build stormwater ponds, roads, retaining walls, and building pads. Next slide, please. During building construction, all the vertical construction would be completed after building permits are issued. Typically, we design, permit, and build one data center before moving on to the next building. These permits are regulated by the local, state, and federal government. Next slide, please. The final phase is operations. After building commissioning and occupancy permits are issued by the local building department, the campus must follow strict security protocols and zoning compliance during data center operations. We will work with the local township, county, state, and federal agencies who issue our permits. Next slide, please. Can you zoom in, please, on the table? Tonight, our goal was to present all the project information we have at this time, to focus on our zoning application, to provide you an overview of what a Microsoft data center project would bring to the community. And we also would like to answer any questions that the Planning Commission has at this phase of the project. We also acknowledge that the detailed design is not completed yet for the data centers, but we will give you the level of detail that we have at this time to make your decision. As you can see on the slide, We're listening to the concerns that we've heard in Lowell, and we're responding in our project proposal. We look forward to working together and implementing any community impacts as we move forward through the development process with you. Thank you.
The next portion of the hearing, the Planning Commission is going to ask questions of the applicant. Then you're next, and you're first in line. So give us a minute.
It might be a couple hours.
Planning Commission, this is our opportunity to ask questions or make comments to the Microsoft folks. So, does anybody on the Planning Commission have any comment or questions for the folks? And then we'll address them to Joan, right? In the far end? I was just asking if the folks at the end of the table had any questions or comments. Okay. Guys in the left field, have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one question.
Carlton's got a question.
What is the, how do you distinguish between an AI data center and just a regular data center, or is there all data centers have different things in them?
Yeah, I can explain. So, you asked if there's a difference between a cloud data center and an AI data center?
Yeah, well, basically what this data center is going to be like main mission of it. Is it AI or is it the rest of the stuff?
So, excuse me. So the question was, is there a difference between an AI data center and a cloud data center, and what type is proposed on the site? All the buildings shown on the renderings are cloud data centers. So when we look at Michigan as, the 3 properties that we purchased, the primary use and the demand that we're seeing from businesses is for cloud services, which would mean they're renting out data center space. I will say we build data centers that primarily focus on compute and AI workloads. But on the data centers that we're talking about tonight, and the ones that we've discussed are the scale and size of a distribution warehouse would be similar to the cloud AI data centers that you have on the site. So they're cloud data centers on the renderings. Ultimately, in terms of zoning and planning criteria, typically we don't look at data centers as AI or cloud because they have the same infrastructure needs like water, fiber, and similar equipment. It's just the way that it's used is different. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I understand your plans are for 5 buildings housing the servers. What is the average time that it takes to build one of the buildings, services?
Typically, when we look at permitting timelines, in Michigan it takes about 18 months to get site plan approval, grading permits, environmental permits. After we start vertical construction of a data center building, so that would be the substation and the first data center, that typically takes about 18 months. So you would look at potentially 36 months for the first building to be completed. And that would include moving all the soil on the site and then building the vertical construction.
Okay, that first one would take longer because of the substation. But like number 2 or number 3, are they at the
There are
average
already
of maybe
currently 31
2
people
years
in line to ask
start?
questions.
It's usually about 18 months. And the reason we spread out construction is because it creates less of a strain on the roads and traffic, and it also gives us the ability to build a data center in a responsible way rather than building everything at one time. So typically when we build these out, it's about 12 or 18 months for each building. So if you multiply that by 5, that would give you a completed construction timeline. Typically it's about 10 years to complete an entire campus like this.
10. Yeah, okay, good. That was the next question, is the overall extended.
We expect it to be about 10 years.
10 years. I want to ask about these generators that are used for when power is out and that type of thing. Are these generators in each individual building, or are they just in one building that then can control to the other buildings?
So the question was, are the diesel generators inside the building? Is that your question?
Yeah. Are they in each 5 buildings?
Typically, the backup generators are located outside of the building. We can allocate those on either side of the building and be flexible. So when we have residential properties, for example, we typically put our generators on the other side of the building. And we can use different mechanical means to keep the sound levels at adequate levels when they're turned on. But when we test our generators, we usually turn one on at a time. So it's very rare that every generator would be turned on to service the site because it's only for a grid power emergency.
Okay. But each, I'm still not understanding. Does each building have its own set of generators?
Yes.
Okay.
Each building has its own generators, and that's determined on the size of the building and how much power would be required. I would say typically a building has between 20 and 25 recurring generators, depending on how big it is.
Okay. Now, one of the things you're asking for is the height of certain structures. They could possibly get up into the close to 90 feet. Give me an example of the type of structures those are going to be. What is it that's going to be that tall?
The buildings on the renderings are about 50 feet tall and 15. The reason we requested 90 feet in the application was because there's a lot of wetlands on the property. We would like to have a little bit more flexibility. If we need to put some of the equipment on the roof or make the building taller to offset any environmental impacts, it would give us flexibility. Because right now, the zoning ordinance is 35 feet or 1.5 stories, I believe. And so we wanted a little bit more clarity. If we did need to go higher, that we would have flexibility to do that. But typically our single-story buildings are about 50 feet tall.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Jonah, question. When you looked at purchasing these properties, take and do your environmental study at that point when you purchase it, so that way, if you were to put a data center there, we have some type of a measurable means at the beginning, and we can say, hey, you've affected this, and we've got the proof, we were here, now you've done this. Have you got this environmental study done yet?
Yes. So when we look at a site, we typically do anywhere between 6 months and 12 months of what we call due diligence. We have an environmental team, and they hire local contractors to do site visits, and they essentially survey the site. And so the state of Michigan and the federal agencies have records of, known environmental features. So wetlands, any streams, any endangered species, all of those studies are already completed for this property. So Microsoft paid for environmental scientists and engineers to complete those studies over the last 12 months. That's why the site plan you show avoids a lot of those areas, because frankly, we're not allowed to build in those areas. The state does not allow it. So from a developer's perspective, we've done those studies to help do our site plan. So yeah, we do that on every property that we need to purchase. If the planning commission would like to, dig into those studies, we're happy to work with you to provide the information you need.
Public would like it too.
Okay. Back to the chairman's questions on the generators. We've had multiple meetings, and generators are a huge concern. We've seen documentation from folks that say put them inside, do natural gas. These are some questions that I think I'd really like to hear why you will not do that or won't do that. So if you want to start with that, I got a couple more after that.
Yeah, we've looked at renewable energy, natural gas generators, and we're actively looking at that. The main reason why we use diesel instead of those other technologies is really, a diesel generator they're a lot more accessible. So we wouldn't be able to purchase the amount of natural gas generators needed for a property like this just based on the current industrial materials available. We've also seen that if there is an emergency where we have to use the generators, we're not putting a strain on the neighbor who uses natural gas for heating their house or running their oven. So in the unlikely case that we do have to use the generators, we have all the fuel on site, inside the generators. They turn on, and then when they're not needed, they turn off. And just like you would have a generator in your house and you test it on a periodic basis, that's mostly when the generators are turned on, is during that testing, which is during business hours. And then in terms of air pollution, the federal government is the one who issues permits for generators. So those can take anywhere from 12 to 24 months because we have to provide all of our generator locations, all the generator specs. It's a very heavily controlled process. Frankly, we can't just go out and place generators wherever we want. It takes a very long time to get approvals. And the federal government also regulates those for compliance. So if we're not in compliance with our permit, the federal government would look at our permit and what we're allowed to do on the property. So it's a high priority for us to plan accordingly. That's why we pay for the improvements on the power grid ahead of time, so that we don't have to use our generators to power the data center, because that's not what they're used for. They're really just for emergencies.
Did I see some information, whether it was on video or paperwork, that said you will run these generators approximately how many hours per year? And I don't remember what that number super far-fetched.
So each site is different, and we have to get a new permit every time we build a new data center. And so in different areas, the requirements are slightly different. A typical generator gets tested for about 15 minutes every quarter or every 6 months. So obviously if you have 30 or 50 generators, that adds up over time. But all that has to comply with what the federal government allows us to do. So it is a very small amount of time. When we talk to communities where we already operate data centers, noise and generators are usually on the bottom of the list because they're simply not used on a regular basis.
So one of those generators, if you have X amount, you would, potentially that generator might run an hour a year?
Or less.
Or less?
Yes.
Also, too, Microsoft has said that they will take and upgrade the water and sewer plants in the city. Folks that live in Lowell Township that use city water or in the city know that their water costs are already expensive. And projections are going to get possibly worse because if these municipality units, the sewer plant and the water plant, don't get upgraded, we're going to have issues of shortage of water like we've had in summers and things like that. You, as Microsoft, would come in, pay the potential efforts of numbers like $50 million for the water and sewer plant upgrades with no burden to any of the water users. You guys will, if you walk to the industrial park, you will pay 100% of your own monies to run that water and sewer line out to that park with no cost burden to any of the water users.
Correct. So we've had meetings with the city of Lowell. They have done an aquifer study. So my understanding, right now they can produce 1.5 million gallons of water per day. I think typically they use about 1.1 or 1.2 million based on just the area that they service, which is Lowell Township, the city of Lowell. And so with our demands, we would have to upgrade the water facility. The city has put out estimates at around, I think, $65 million originally. They're working on updating those numbers to ensure that the numbers that we provided, 2.2 million gallons per year, would still require that level of upgrades. But yes, we pay all those costs. So my colleague, in Des Moines, we just paid $30 million to upgrade their infrastructure in that town. It's a similar size as Lowell. And we essentially put that money into an escrow account. The city and the township would hire their engineers to design it and permit it. And we would pay for that. The residents would not pay for the upgrades. And then as we build the data centers, we would connect to the city water and pay our water bill like any other customer would. So yeah, we would pay for the whole cost of the upgrades. And that's how we operate in every community that we're in. We don't put the cost of our development on the residents. And that's just, as a company, I think that's what sets us apart from other developers.
Well, and this is factual for the electricity too, because Low Light Power will not be supplying any electricity to the facility. It all comes directly from consumers. You've made your agreements with consumers saying that they can supply you this power. Wherever they're getting the power from, I don't know. I know most of us have Low Light Power in the city and so on. The cost of that is all on between you and Microsoft and Consumers Energy to supply
yeah, so
that.
Similar to the water, we place money into an escrow account. We work with the utility provider. We agree on how much power is being provided, and we pay for all the costs costs for that power. So whether it's power generation, transmission lines, substations, we pay for all of that, and those are used by the public. So essentially we're upgrading the power grid to service our project, but that is an added benefit for the rest of the state and the region because, again, we don't put the cost on others. So just like the water and sewer improvements, we would pay for the energy requirements for the project. And typically it's a contract between us and the consumers, and the state regulates what that contract has to include. It's not really up to us. The state legislature has passed laws that require that. It's not if Microsoft wants to pay. It's when we want to build a data center, we must pay for the cost to deliver power.
Last question. As far as giving back to the community, and everybody knows that Microsoft has huge pockets. What types of things could the community look at? Like, with Microsoft, a lot of these kids go to school in some play sports that their parents are either, having to pay for them to play sports or not. Some may not be able to afford it. Is there programs where communities, places like that inside of the area that could come and say, hey, we're having this. Is this something that you guys would be able to do? Or do we deal with somebody out in California, or is there somebody like at the complex there that's kind of a PR person that, hey, we say, something's going on over there. You told us you run these generators one at a time. You got 10 of them running today. What's going on? Is there going to be somebody on campus there that's going to be the figurehead that can answer these questions? Because if it goes in out there, there's going to be a ton of people watching that, and they're going to say, told you so, I told you so. And we just want to make sure that we've got, if we go forward, our ducks in a row on this thing.
So there's a couple different things there. I would say that the biggest impact on the community at large is typically the tax revenue. So we don't decide how to spend the tax dollars. We pay millage rates like any other business. So you saw the slide with the school district, the library, the city and township general funds. We pay those fully. And a data center, the reason data centers are such high tax revenue creators is because we don't just build a building and let it sit there. We don't build a building and let it sit there and rust. That building is continually being upgraded, and the property retains a very high value for the tax assessor. So every year it's a steady income. So each building that we build is providing additional tax revenue. So when the campus is fully built, we would be the highest taxpayer in the county. And we would also, that would go towards schools, all the different things we do. In terms of donations, we typically do annual charity. So we talk to the chamber, we talk to residents. The community affairs manager kind of handles that. And typically we make donations directly to nonprofits. And oftentimes,
thank you for that question, Mr. Bachelor. Yeah, Matt on my team is the community affairs manager. He will be here to engage and understand kind of what are the community needs. And as Jonah was saying, we do charitable donations annually, and we try to work with trusted community partners and working to understand what are the community needs. We often invest in K-12 STEM. We invest in workforce development. We invest in environmental restoration projects, as well as those that are important to the community. Some years that might be a food bank, other years it could be other programs. In addition, you asked about, well, what if something happened during construction or during operations? We have folks on site that are also available to help answer questions and address So the team that once construction begins or once operations begins, they're here indefinitely. They work with Matt on their team as well. So definitely want to be a part of the community as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So when you talked about you have a closed loop system and you will not be drawing from groundwater, but what are the protocols if you have a leak?
So the question was, what are the protocols if we have a leak in our system?
Yeah.
So essentially, depending on the local requirements, when we go through building permits, we'll provide all the mechanical drawings. It'll show where the equipment goes, where it comes, and then we can show where the sensors are, you know, any sort of catchment basins that would capture liquid from the closed loop system. Essentially, that would be your first look at kind of what's going to be built and how would it interact with the building and the environment. So that's the first chance we have to have that conversation. Once we build the building and it's operational, the liquid just rotates in and out of the building. So it's not going through intense mechanical movement. It's very stationary and controlled environment. We have liquid sensors and other equipment we can install, because if we have large industrial incidences, we can't operate as a company. So we want to comply with all the requirements, and we would want to know first if something is malfunctioning. In a room full of computers, if you have a water leak or a liquid, you know, it would damage all the equipment that it's around. So it's a very controlled environment. I'm not a water engineer, but I'd be glad to have our engineers come in and kind of explain a little bit more detail. But essentially, we would be notified first, we would handle the issue, and then we would report it through the various environmental agencies as incidents occur.
So it's my understanding, as far as the electrical goes for this, that even though what's there in place, there'll still be a tremendous amount of infrastructure that consumers will have to build. If I understand you right, you pay for that construction. Do you pay for it all? I guess where I'm going is, so let's say you build and for some reason you decide to move to another spot. Are there safeguards in place that don't let consumers try to recover the cost of that infrastructure from their regular customers?
So the state of Michigan has laws in place. When we go to consumers and start building this infrastructure, if for any reason we walk away from the project, there would be heavy penalties, and we would essentially be held liable for the costs that we had incurred at that point. So, you know, we can't control what the state and consumers does after that would happen, but essentially we would have to pay all that money and not get to use the facilities. And I do want to point out, you know, we built our first data center in 2006 in Quincy, Washington. That data center building is still operational. Of course, it's been renovated and updated over the last 20 years, but Microsoft does not have a practice of walking away from properties that we've constructed. Frankly, it costs so much money to build these facilities that from a business perspective, it doesn't make sense for us to simply walk away from projects. But I understand the concern. We've included language that if we needed to decommission the property, we would cover the costs, and we would help the township essentially repurpose the buildings so that they're not just large, you know, warehouses that aren't
So in today's world, everything is, getting smaller. And there's more computing in this than the astronauts of Apollo 8 had. So as that trend continues, will you require more electricity? I guess what I'm getting at is, when you build this infrastructure for this facility, is that a one-time thing? Or do you expect to need more or less as technology moves forward?
The inside of the data center is typically, we call it refreshed every 3 to 5 years. So we essentially remove the plastic, computer components. We recycle those materials. We install the newer, smaller technology. So in terms of inside the building, that's kind of how it goes. Things get smaller and smaller. We can fit more data into a building as time goes on. What we have found, though, is companies have such a high demand for this storage that essentially we're building them, but as they're filled with data, there's just a higher demand for more data. So, for example, if you have your work files on your computer at work, you're not going and deleting all the old files, right? You're keeping that and then adding to it. Just like I have pictures on my phone, I keep those photos, but I keep needing more and more cloud storage. So I guess what I'm saying is the need for data is compounding. It's like a snowball, and these facilities are what's housing it. And so while the parts are getting smaller, the demand is not lessening to build them.
So this is just my last question. So as I understand it, reading these documents, there's been no tax abatements or anything offered to you. Your friends over at Amazon, when they build a warehouse, sometimes they get tax abatements and sometimes they don't. But after 4 or 5 years, then they come and say, well, if you don't give us this tax abatement, we're going to leave. Have you guys been in this long enough to say that that's not something you would do?
So if we were to move forward with a project in Lowell, the contract that we signed says we will not pursue tax abatements. So that's legally binding. And ultimately, the township board would have to approve a tax abatement. Are you saying would we threaten to have a tax abatement?
Would you come and say, you know what, we've got this extra piece of property, we want to put another building here, and we're kind of here, but we can only do it if you give us a break on this or that, even though it was not in your original agreement. Is that easy for you to answer or hard to tell?
I would say that's not ultimately up to me, but in areas where we do have tax abatements, we've actually removed those even this year to start paying full taxes. And so the trend for us as a company is we're moving away from all of that because we see the impact that tax revenue makes on the schools, on the library, on the local government. And so for us, it's not something that we plan on doing in the near future or in the foreseeable future. But ultimately, the township would have to approve a tax abatement. So the power doesn't really rest with us to issue that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to close this portion of the program. We're now going to go to public comment and questions. And you've been waiting patiently. Now, we're going to attempt to take notes of your comments and questions. So, as I said before, because we're old and slow, talk loud and talk slow. Right.
First of all, thank you for letting me finish my first comment. I think I made it a
I can't hear you.
I think I made it a
But I have one last thing to say, okay, before you get started. we're going to ask that you limit your comments or questions to 3 minutes. But if you feel that you need 5 minutes, you can get it. You folks control how long we're going to stay here tonight. It's after 9 o'clock now, so keep that in mind. You're on.
All right, well, thank you again for letting me finish my first round there. I did make it an unrelated topic by asking simply if we're getting a military installation in the township. So that was kind of an unrelated topic. I did want to just touch a little bit on cooling systems because I'm pretty confident that not all of you have an engineering background, and I'm pretty sure most of these folks don't have an engineering background. So there's two primary types of closed loop cooling systems. There's a single loop cooling system. That's what you have on your car. And if that fails, that coolant is going to spill onto the ground. It's considered one of the most dangerous types of a closed loop cooling system because of the fact that when and if that pressure vessel does fail, that coolant is simply going to go onto the ground, into the creek, into the wetlands, what have you. The other type is a dual loop closed cooling system. And I know we're touting the fact that our proposed cooling system may not be using so much water. I did want to kind of talk a little bit about that design. So a closed loop data center refers to the tech industry's claim that AI facilities completely recycle their cooling water, making them virtually waterless. In reality, this is at best a half-truth. The primary internal coolant loop is sealed. The massive heat generated by AI GPUs requires constant external evaporative cooling to avoid system shutdowns. While marketing materials highlight zero water closed loop cooling systems, hyperscale AI and cloud facilities often still rely on water to shed extreme heat. The cooling process transfers heat from the servers to a secondary loop, similar to a nuclear reactor, which then requires massive cooling towers to dispense that heat into the atmosphere. Thus, millions of gallons of water are lost to constant evaporation. It's the filling of the secondary cooling loop that's how we're going to lose our water. It's not the filling of the primary loop. Closed loop systems require a significant amount of electricity to operate pumps, chillers, and heat exchangers. Because many regional power grids rely on thermoelectric power, such as coal, natural gas, and nuclear, and we're in that category, the water footprint is simply shifted upstream. Generating the extra power to run these cooling systems frequently consumes more water than the direct evaporative cooling that would happen at the site itself. Additionally, a truly closed cooling system running pure water is impossible in practice. Over time, mineral buildup, oxygen, microbes cause corrosion, and scaling within the pipes. Operators must routinely bleed or blow down the lines to flush out toxic sludge, replacing it with fresh water with chemical additives like corrosion inhibitors and other lubricants. And this demands the careful, regulated disposal. The other thing I just kind of wanted to point out is that there's 3 fans in this room, and 10 people have consumed 33% of the cooling energy in this very room. And who is that? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yes, all right. Thank you for letting me have a few moments to speak. Most of my information is going to be addressed to Microsoft. But before I address them, I just want to ask, how many of you are against this data center with a no data center shouted out? No data center! I think that's pretty good. So, Microsoft, I'm going to get my glasses on here. So why would you build in an area where the citizens have been crying out loudly, we do not want you? What closed-door conversations, deals, promises have you made to some on our township board that would lead them to vote against the bill? So please go away. We do not want you or your data center in our backyard. And please stop telling us how this will benefit our community with economic growth and job creation. Job creation, meaning construction jobs. is a short-term benefit that will prove a long-term detriment to our beautiful rural community. The destruction of our farmlands, our water resources, and our wildlife, just to name a few. The jury's out about the long-term health effects of those living nearby. But if I had to make a bet, I would say it will not be good. And I know the comment was made that there aren't any health effects. There's no data out there. Well, so, and thank you for listening to me. No one in the day. To make the comment that there are no health risks, you can't say that and really mean it with any fidelity. You can try to spin building your data center in our backyard any way you like. But in the end, you are doing nothing more than destroying nature and hurting those who...
Would you address us?
I know, but this led us to that.
Address us.
I'm addressing you, you can hear me, but this led us to Microsoft. So, I promise you. So, I'm not asking them any questions that they have to answer. I'm just making some statements. And then the questions I asked were really rhetorical because I pretty much know the answer to the questions I asked. All right, so anyways, let me try this again. You can try to spin building your data center in a backyard any way you like, but in the end, you're doing nothing more than destroying nature and hurting those. You're hurting us that do not want you here. And Microsoft, I'm not saying you individually, but Microsoft is doing this to line their pockets with yet even more money. Is $100 million profit not enough? So please, go away. Let's let Microsoft find a community who will welcome them with open arms. Because they're not welcome here. You can see that month after month after month after meeting after meeting. Sure, there may be a few people in the community that want the data center, but the vast majority of us do not want this. And it is beyond my comprehension how we've been voted against as residents. You are all, as well as the other committee, supposed to be here for the residents, not for Microsoft. Not for yourself. For us. So I kindly ask you to put an end to this. And again, they can go somewhere. I am sure there are communities that would really, truly welcome all of you. Thank you for looking at me. And thank you for looking at me. That would welcome you with open arms. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for sticking to the 5-minute rule. I do appreciate your accommodation on sticking to those bylaws. I had a very different presentation scheduled for tonight until I heard the Microsoft testimony. I have a few things that we need to discuss. First of all, it's interesting that the application for rezoning was never published on the Township website until recently, even though you've had it in your hands since April 13th. Just saying, on the hand of transparency, it required a Freedom of Information Act request to get it out of your hands and into the public. Regarding some of Jonah's comments on the community first commitments, which we've seen at the open house, we've seen in their advertisements on TV, we've seen them in YouTube, we've seen them in print, we've seen them in our mailboxes. The community first commitments, there are 5 of them listed there. But if you read those, and I encourage everybody to do so because they weren't on the screen very long up here, look at the verbs, look at the adverbs that are used. Because Jonah told us these were legally binding. Hold that thought. The words that are used are Microsoft will collaborate, will innovate, will advocate, will encourage, will support, will partner, will minimize, and have full transparency. Jonah knows very well that these are aspirational and they are not binding. So let's take a look at where it is binding. The conditional rezoning contract, where it really counts until it doesn't. I'm going to refer to just the section here that deals with water. Part 1, Section E. And let me read from this, if I will, for the audience sake. It says, if, I want to restate that, if the owner is granted all approvals necessary for adequate municipal water service to the site, the data center facility will only use municipal water for its daily operational needs and, quote, will not withdraw groundwater at the site for cooling, the data center, or any other operational needs. But we all want to jump up and say, hallelujah. But let's read some of the rest of the wording here. It says the owner, Microsoft, will pay for water and sanitary water infrastructure upgrades necessary to serve its project, including off-site extensions of sewer and water lines. And we all say another hallelujah. Okay? But then it goes on to say, however, let me repeat that word, however, any necessary obligations of the owner, Microsoft, will be specified and documented in a future development agreement. So approve our rezoning request, and then we'll talk about the details later. It then goes on to say that the owner, Microsoft, will be bound by this condition only if the City of Lowell, pay attention here, only if the City of Lowell and Lowell Charter Township execute such agreements with each other as are necessary to provide water and sanitary service to the property, an agreement that has not yet been reached by the township and the city. Then their contract goes on to say, when the owner, it goes on to say here that it turns out if such agreement cannot be executed between the city and the township, drum roll, then the owner will be released from the obligation to connect water or sanitary sewer. Meaning by this wording, they're free to tap the aquifer. Microsoft, please correct me if I'm wrong. So we're told it's okay, these are contracts, and Microsoft will go ahead and oblige and make good on their word. Microsoft is the fourth largest market capitalization corporation in America, valued at $3.1 trillion. I'm assuming more than the total income of all Lowell residents. Third largest net profit. Last year they posted $100 billion profit. Our operating budget for Lowell Township is $1.06 million. So you're our David going up a Goliath, and I frankly just don't think that you have the power to do so. Mr. Chairman, you said, don't let them see the people you are. My township supervisor said, 3 press reports this week, I don't care.
Are you wrapping up?
I don't care. I am wrapping up in 10 seconds. My township supervisor said,
Are you wrapping up? Are you wrapping up? You didn't
let Microsoft know who you are. Do you want Microsoft in your community? No!
Okay, so I'm Frank Leisure on Prior Lake Road. I've been there since 1957. Okay? And I'm pretty proud of that. And I want to give my land to my daughters so that we can continue to have the legacy which we're not going to be able to do if this thing goes through. We've been talking to Microsoft and they've been guaranteeing things with nothing in writing. So when they say emergency generator, they have it wrong. They have backup generators because we know how consumer power works. Thank God I have Lowell Light Power because they have brownouts, so that button they're going to push to those generators is not going to be an hour a year. Okay? It's going to be way more often. And I think you need to think about the noise level of the generators, not only the general use part. Things. When there is a leak, all of the tubing is in the ground underneath. So when they do figure out At what point in time do you have to dig the whole data center up to fix it? Do you have to cut into it? Do you have to, and then excavate the soil, maybe, and maybe it'll find its way to my house because of that. And it's a forever chemical. So I believe that even if you ask Lowell wastewater, they cannot do anything with it. And God forbid if they put it into the Grand River and goes to Lake Michigan. Last thing, I think they should all be banned if they are next to a Great Lake, go in the middle of the state of the United States, leave our precious water alone.
Yes, hi, my name is David Martin. I live in a farmhouse that's been there for about 100 years, with a barn that was built 100 years ago also. I heard Microsoft say a lot about being a good neighbor, and I'd like the commission to think about this. I have a couple impressions of Microsoft. One is Bill Gates. Would any of you like him to be your neighbor, knowing what we know about Bill Gates? My other impression came tonight with the presentation. I think there was about 12 minutes of information packed in an hour and 15 minutes. Jonah, a good neighbor does not come into my yard. He respects my time, and he doesn't subject me to his diarrhea of the mouth. I am not impressed. This was a very disjointed and disorganized presentation. It should have been handled in about 15 minutes, as I said. So, as you said, Mr. Simons, we're not going to be good neighbors. Why do you want to be here? Thank you.
I'm Ron Schroeder, as you might already know. Before my time starts tonight, I'm going to share a Facebook poll that was posted yesterday for Lowell Township residents. Despite the recommendation of a zoning board of appeals member, Dave Logan, this township refuses to survey the community in a meaningful way. And Jerry continues to say there are more people who are in favor of a data center than are against it. Jerry left the meeting early. The poll, that as of 4 o'clock today, says, I'm a Lowell Township resident and I want a data center. There were 16 votes in favor of that. The other part of the poll said, I'm a Lowell Township resident and I don't want a data center. 474 people answered that. Ironically enough, there's about 475 people out here tonight. They're telling you we don't want this. Now, for my speech that I wrote, I spoke at every meeting since December. I'm not here to speak to you tonight. I'm here to talk to Microsoft. You don't know me, but I know you. I grew up in Newport, Indiana, on the Port and St. Joe County line. In high school, we farmed land where Amazon is now building the largest data center ever. I've seen firsthand how projects like yours affect those who are close to me. Let's talk about the city where I was born. In early 2024, you were approved for a 6-building site on 489 acres. During your planning stage, Before you even broke ground, you increased this to 11 buildings. 20 months after your 6th site approval, you persuaded Tom Germany, the mayor of the port, to annex an additional 1,100 acres for future expansion within 20 months. You tripled your initial site. Let's go 15 miles east of Granger, where you purchased land years ago. 5 weeks ago, you held a forum like this at an open house. It was all over the news. Why? Because you refused to give clear answers, and you gave no answers in regards to water and power usage, saying it would be a long project, and you hadn't reached the design phase yet. The next day, you broke ground in Granger. You moved into excavation equipment the next day. There have been hundreds of complaints since that time due to noise, traffic, and the half-mile dust clouds from the construction. I know Randy and Bev personally, and you approached them through a farming community. They have 1,050 acres along the tar road that you asked to rezone last fall. I'm sure you know about this. If you don't, you're not very informed. Because of how the data centers impacted LaPorte and New Carlisle, the project was denied by the Planning Commission. After a 10-hour hearing that went from 6 p.m. until 4 o'clock in the morning, Dave, San Joe County Board of Commissions denied your project and your rezoning. They listened to you. They didn't want you, and neither do we. Calgary, Wisconsin told you to go away, and Lowell is asking you to leave as well. Please be a good neighbor like you claim to be, and see yourself out.
I just had a couple questions, and I heard this is...
We cannot hear you.
I just had a couple questions. This is about that AI data center. I heard this is supposed to be like a giant, what do they call it? Hyperscale? What kind of hyperscale data center goes on 300 acres? Does that mean you guys are going to invest thousands and thousands of acres of our farmland into other stuff? Isn't that what a hyperscale AI data center is? More than 300 acres, is that right?
Sir, will you hold on a second? Ma'am, this gentleman has the floor. Can you please let him talk? Well, it's a distraction for folks. She's got the floor.
She's fine.
Thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
So I just had a question for Microsoft. If this is going to be a hyperscale AI data center, how many acres is it going to consist of for real? The real answer.
You want to know how many acres?
How many acres is a hyperscale AI data center? Because this is 238 acres plus an additional 40 acres. So let's say roughly 300 acres. That would be a small data center, would it not? I wondered if anybody from Microsoft could answer this question about their future plans for developing thousands of more acres. That's it for my question.
My name is Samantha Brooks. I've been a City of Lowell resident since 2020. I did not come into this forum with any prepared questions. I have been taking notes from Microsoft this entire time. First, I'm going to start off with some comments about the presentation. As a regular person, there were many contradictions in this initial presentation. Is it 65 dBA or 85 dBA? Is it air cooling or is it water cooling? Or is it both? As a regular citizen of this town, it's very hard to comprehend the information that was presented. Jonah also stated that Microsoft Microsoft wants a transparent public process, but also wasn't seeking recommendations on this project. And now for my questions. Does Microsoft have a cap on the electric and water upgrades needed for an AI data center? Jonah mentioned $65 million. Is that all that Microsoft will be contributing for those upgrades? Is that the cap? Or is there more? Why are we risking 300 acres of wetlands? Heidi's Farmers Market has been established in this area since 2006, 2 decades. How is the light going to affect our family fun days at that farm? I was surprised to learn that there are going to be 5 buildings on this site, and it will take 10 to 15 years to fully complete this project. Has the carpool lot been assessed that's nearby? Have there been studies on how that's going to affect the traffic flow in that area? Microsoft has been preaching to strengthen and not strain the community. I think 10 to 15 years to complete a project is quite a strain on a busy highway intersection. They are also, again, strengthen, not strain the community. We want to innovate. We want to increase tax revenue for the area. What are the actionable donations that we can see that Microsoft has done in the past besides a blanket, it'll improve your tax revenue? What are the STEM programs? Where are the STEM programs? We want to see the studies that you are referencing in this rezoning plan. Why can't we see it? Have you guys seen it? That's all we're asking is for transparency, honesty, and the last thing. Jonah was referencing a 2-to-1 credit of some kind in his presentation. That flew right over my head. I would appreciate the Planning Commission asking more about that and how that would affect this project. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Barbara Brundage. I want to follow up on the comment made earlier by the gentleman from Alto about the nature of this community, particularly the extent of this community. In the Lowell First Look article, quoting and summarizing Jerry Hale's comments, he said he did not consider people who reside outside the township to be the community. I hope that his view is not shared by this body or the rest of the Lowell Township Board, but I so far have seen no evidence that any of those folks think differently. I find his remarks that he cares only about the opinions of Lowell Township residents to be offensive and should I reside in Cascade Township, about 3 miles from where this proposed data center may be built. Cascade Township, I understand, has taken the wise step of enacting a moratorium on building data centers. But for those of us who live in the proximity of this proposed site, that doesn't help us very much. I live in a community with 33 homes. There are many other residents along Cascade Road, along 52nd Street, just south of the highway, all of which are in the very close vicinity to where this thing will be built. I've heard concerns raised about what is going to be put into the water to achieve this closed-loop cooling system that we would hope would be contained in the site. But what if it isn't? If there were to be a spill, an accident, I hope this board will ask hard questions about what specific chemicals are added to the water to make the cooling system work. What would be the impacts of a spill? Who would be the first responders in the area to mitigate the consequences of a dangerous spill. But I can tell you, it's going to go right into the aquifer where all wells draw from. Aside from the concern that there's no guarantee that Microsoft, if they get to build this, will not end up drawing from the aquifer, those of us who reside in the area depend on that for our household water. We would like to not see it contaminated. Thank you very much. The other question I have is, that, the idea that there will be jobs created by building this thing. Well, obviously there would be construction jobs. It sounds like the projection would be 8 to 10 years to complete this, so I guess that would provide a fair number of construction jobs. But what is the long-term job creation here? I would like this board to find out how many jobs are expected to be created in terms of long-term for actually operating this data center. That's what this board should be looking at, and the township board, as far as the long-term consequences here. We don't want to trade a short-term event of having construction jobs provided that would end after the build is completed. What is the future of jobs for this community? It sounds, my impression is fairly minimal. I think that should be considered. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline and I am a resident of Lowell Township. I'm here tonight because I oppose the proposed data center. I want to be clear, this opposition group is not rooted in fear of technology or resistance to progress. I understand that technology, AI, and digital infrastructure will continue to shape our future. But communities have a responsibility to carefully evaluate whether a project is truly in their best interest before handing over valuable land, water, energy resources, and local control. The supporters of data centers often focus on construction spending and promises of economic development, both of which are short-term gains. What they discuss far less are the long-term impacts that nearby residents like myself are left to live with. Industrial noise, massive energy consumption, water usage, light pollution, strain on electrical infrastructure, and the permanent conversion of rural landscapes into industrial campuses. Organizations such as the International Energy Agency and the U.S. Department of Energy and environmental groups across the country have documented the enormous energy and water demands associated with modern AI data centers. As these facilities grow larger, communities are increasingly asking whether the benefits justify the cost borne to us, the local residents. And when evaluating Microsoft specifically, we do not have to speculate about what life next to one of their AI data centers may look like. In Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, residents living as far as a mile from Microsoft's newly activated AI data center have spent months reporting a persistent low-frequency humming noise. Many say the sound penetrates their homes, even with fans and white noise machines running. Some residents have reported headaches, sleep disruption, and a growing sense that they may be forced to leave the homes they once considered their dream properties. What has been equally troubling is the response. Months after complaints first surfaced, residents and local officials continue to express frustration over the lack of a timely solution. Microsoft's public position has largely been that it is still investigating the issue. This should give us all pause. We are being asked to trust Microsoft's assurances that it will be a good neighbor in Lowell Charter Township, but trust is earned through actions, not promises. When a company with Microsoft's resources takes months to address concerns that are significantly affecting nearby residents, it raises legitimate questions about whose interests take priority once construction is complete. Investment and opportunity just like we are meeting. Yet today, many are focused not on those promises, but on the daily reality of living next to a facility that has negatively affected their quality of life. Lowell Township should learn from that experience. Before we welcome one of the world's largest corporations into our community, we should ask whether this is truly the kind of neighbor we want beside our homes, our farms, and our families for generations to come. What is perhaps most frustrating is that communities across the country are recognizing the need to slow down and carefully evaluate these projects before making irreversible decisions. counties, regions, and even whole states have enacted moratoriums, many lasting a year or more, to study the impacts of data centers on local infrastructure, water resources, energy grids, and quality of life. Yet when Lowell Township residents overwhelmingly requested a 6-month moratorium so that questions could be answered and concerns could be addressed, our elected officials barely batted an eye before rejecting it. If other communities believe these projects warrant months of additional study, and independent studies that is, why was 6 months too much to ask for the people who actually live here? The issue before us is larger than a single building. It's about who gets to shape the future of this community. Is it going to be the people who live here and invest in it every day, or outside interests whose priorities do not align with ours? I am not against progress, but I am against the lack of transparency. I am against a board that refuses to listen to the will of the people who elected it. And I am against one of the world's wealthiest corporations extracting value from our land, our water, and our community while asking local residents to accept the risk and consequences with little or obtuse answers in return. The people of Lowell Township deserve better than vague promises. We deserve answers, transparency, accountability, and a voice in decisions that will affect our community for generations to come. And Jonah, you can talk all you want about landscaping berms and setbacks, but make no mistake, this is invasive. Thank you.
My name is Sam Norman, Lowell resident for pretty much my entire life, neighbor to multiple individuals in front of us. So this is not the first big proposed change that our community has seen. I attended commission meetings for several other projects over the years, including this building that we're standing in tonight. I've seen traffic lights get added to what was once a 3-light town. Now I sit in traffic that never existed when I was growing up. But I'm also able to shop at Meyer that's only 9 minutes away versus traveling to Cascade like we did when I was a child. I'm now able to get gas at the gas station by the highway, which allows me to avoid unnecessary travel to town. But a data center is not a change I'm welcoming, and I will actively fight against this. This fight isn't just about going up on our land. It's a fight against a speculative bubble that when it bursts, will have tidal wave impacts reaching far beyond our township lines. Our community will be left to pick up the pieces while the billionaires at the top move on to the next opportunity that promises revenue growth. You combed through our community's documents and you cherry-picked the language that supported your plan. You've created a marketing document, which, by the way, doesn't even include a picture of our actual township. This is a marketing document designed to get through initial hurdles. The presentation lacks meaningful facts, statistics, or independent studies to support your claims. The language used allows for ambiguity, and that is intentional. They have carefully crafted answers to questions that will protect them against future legal actions when promises made can't be kept for any number of reasons. There is nothing that legally binds them to the commitments that they have pledged. Words on a piece of paper without the ability to legally enforce them are worthless. The data that does exist is contradictory to their messaging. The concerns that have been raised over and over again continue to be supported by independent researchers and journalists. We cannot rely on existing laws and regulations, as Jonah frequently referenced, because they have not kept up with the speed of technology and changes in this country. We are fighting an uphill battle against a federal government that continues to erase protections that were existing. We're going back to this. Have you done your research on the laws and regulations that they're referencing? Have you been reading Our environment is in crisis, and you can deny it all you want, but independent, fact-based research would tell you that this is a problem. The cart has been put in front of the horse here. Why are we throwing the community into an AI race when no one has told us what the prize is? They talk about being a community partner, but King Milling is a community partner. Lighthouse is a community partner. Timpson, Viking Town, Lowell Lake Town, all of our local businesses are true partners. We see them every day in our community. We see their names on banners at Little League, on the backs of sports teams' jerseys. Our kids go to school with their kids, and they live next door to us. To the labor unions, I want you to have work, and I'm not opposed to anything being built there, but it needs to align with our master plan. I know it's asking a lot when your next paycheck is on the line, but don't sell your soul for short-term gain. If you need reliable and consistent employment, take a drive through our community. You'll see plenty of local companies looking to hire. So my question to the Planning Commission is this. How do you, as members of the Commission, feel that a data center aligns with our master plan? Specifically, with the future use plan as outlined under the I-96 planning area, which I quote, envisions several land use types for this site, designed so that the uses complement and support each other within a planned setting. And how exactly do you envision that attendees of this fairground events will benefit from a data center versus potential commercial and service uses? And finally, a reminder to you as commissioners, that to the board members, that according to our master plan, the goal of the township decision makers should be to achieve a development which can blend different uses to be compatible with each other in function and design and overall benefit to the township.
Thank you.
You're really good at Sorry, it's a little low for me. Okay. Sorry, I'm Andrew Reese with UA Local 174, and I'm here in support of the great thing that's coming in here because this is going to create hundreds of local union jobs that are going to be 10 years. Like you said, 10 years for hundreds of people. Our apprenticeship is 5 years.
They still can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So our apprenticeship is 5 years. If it's 10 years, that's a minimum of 2 graduating classes from first-year apprentices that can't read a tape measure to journeymen. This is a big thing that's going to happen to them. That with support from your local unions, the UA, our brothers and sisters at the IBEW, our brothers and sisters at the Iron Workers Union that I all saw here today. These are your neighbors too. You have neighbors that are brothers and sisters in the UA, in the IBEW. They work, their kids go to school with your kids. All of this. They are going to work not only for these 10 years, there's going to be maintenance contracts that last years to come. So I implore you to please approve it, and please move forward with it, so that we can have great, high-paying union jobs in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
How about that? Does that work? Can you hear me? Yeah? All right. So, good evening. My name is Nathan Phillips. I grew up, I'm a lifelong member of Lowell Township. I grew up just about 3/4 of a mile as a road flies from here. My parents still live there today. I currently live in Virginia's Township. I represent, professionally, I represent about 1,200 of those plumbers, pipe fitters, and service techs that would benefit on this 10 to 15-year construction project right here in West Michigan. I can tell you right now, every day we have over 110 members traveling out outside of West Michigan, driving over to Lansing, going even east of Lansing to work each day. A lot of those members have to stay in hotel rooms, bring their campers there, leave their families back at home here in West Michigan. I would ask that this commission continues this process, moves forward with the review process, and works together with Microsoft and the community to try and come up with some answers. I've been to quite a few of these meetings throughout the year here in Lowell, also over at Gaines Township, and it's frustrating being a community member here in Lowell because a lot of the information that a lot of the people are here to listen to, they can't hear because too many people are yelling and screaming when they should be listening and allowing the commissioners and the other residents the opportunity to hear what they came for. So again, I would ask.
Let him talk.
I would ask I would ask that you continue to move forward with this process. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your efforts on this commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did somebody leave this up here? Looks like there's an eyeglass.
Did somebody leave? Is that a glasses case?
I think it's an eyeglass case.
Glasses? Did somebody leave a case on the podium? Glasses, a billfold,
Well, okay, it's been announced. They know it's here. My name is Gina. I am a City of Lowell resident, and I'm going to second that Jerry Hall was very offensive in his interview. With that being said, he did not take into consideration the city's part in this data center. I live alone. I pay over $70 a month for water. Most of that is to have the availability of water, to have the availability of the sewer. It's all fees. I use maybe at the most $2 worth of water a month, and my bill is $72. I don't believe that even if Microsoft does pay to get this put in, that is going to change my water bill. I believe it will increase it even more. Another thing is the city did approve a grant for the water improvements. Why is the city approving a grant for the water improvements if Microsoft is paying for it? Consumers recently asked for a 9-point-something, almost a 10% increase rate hike. I don't believe that Microsoft is going to be able to absorb all the added costs that's going to come with this data center. I'm not a consumer's resident, but I do have family, friends, and neighbors who are, and it's a struggle. And every time there's a storm, power goes out. It can take 3 days for areas to get their power back up. That means, folks, those generators are running for 3 days nonstop. So my last concern is about the tax abatements. They're not going to ask for any, but I think the federal government is already giving them tax incentives, whether they ask for them or not. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Travis Pelletier and I am a student
Get real close to the microphone.
Is this good? Hi everyone, I am Travis Pelletier. I am a student at Lowell High School. I live in Lowell Township, and I'd like to say that even if this data center was creating rainbows and sunshine, even if there was no problem with it at all, I would still disagree with going forward with it because all American
based off of the consent of the governed. This goes all the way back. Any civics class teaches this. Back to the Declaration of Independence. The consent of the governed is required to have a government. And when the people see fit, and they see that their government is not supporting their best interests, it is the right of the people to create a new government. All I have to say is recall, recall, recall.
My name is Hank Pugh. I am the Western Michigan Business Agent for Ironworkers Local 25. I've heard a lot of information here tonight, and it's awesome. A lot of people are very passionate about what they're saying up here, and I want to take a second here and acknowledge that there's a great warrior who said, truth doesn't care what you think. You either submit to its will or you live a lie. In that spirit, I want everyone here to be aware, as a point of information for this committee and everyone in the room, there is a coalition called the Michigan for Responsible Data Centers. It's a cross-sector coalition committed to ensuring Michigan communities and decision makers have access to clear, accurate information about data centers and their local impacts. Again, that's Michigan for Responsible Data Centers Coalition. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I've been a resident out here for 47 years. This structure is being built within a mile of my residence. I don't know what to say about it. It's my wife and I, we figured, okay, we're retired out here and everything, but it's really a shame. I'm going to bring up a few items here that I'm not sure if you guys know about it, but I do fire suppression systems. I've designed it for 45 years. And for data centers, obviously they're going to go with a clean agent. But most people don't know this, but clean agents like FM200, Novak, 1230 do contain PFAS. So if the system ever did dump, now you got a PFAS to put up with in that area. Also, if the fire department had to apply foam, such as for a diesel fire, my last talk with the fire department, they stated that they only carry fluoridated foam. As for a lot of oil and gas companies are now switching over to non-fluoridated foams. So the fire department needs to know, okay, what they're dispensing on the ground still contains PFAS. Another thing, Cascade Township, has anybody talked with them since they do the inspections of the building, mechanical, electrical, all that stuff? Are they going to be able to handle something as big as this? I mean, they're good with residential and a few small commercials, but are they going to be able to handle this thing, especially if there's 3 or 4 permits that they got to get put out and inspections? Somebody needs to talk to them. Nobody has brought up hazmat for if there was a fire. I'm not an expert at hazmat, but I've heard that some people that are. And I encourage them to come up and talk about that.
I'll be over in a minute.
Thank you. Okay. How does an ordinary resident like myself make a complaint if there's something that comes up, sound, anything? Do we go to the board? Do we go to the planning commission? Any ideas? Okay, that's what I thought. And then finally, to the gentlemen that come out here, their union, I appreciate that. I work for both union contractors and non-union. Usually, especially facility of this size, the client, or I should say the customer, has already picked the general contractor and subcontractors. These special contractors, they know how to build a data center and work with them all day long. It's not really a union or non-union thing. It's the fact that they're specialized. I myself work for a company nationwide. We're in everything but 2 states. And I work in the oil and gas industry, and they specifically have like maybe 4 or 5 fire protection contractors out in the entire nation that they call. So it's not like they're going to come in and pick like local union. They may for help, but not as any type of a specialty. I don't see it doing it that way. Is there other ways that we can contact you for further questions that you may get from the client over here? Is there a way? Yes or no? Just shake your head, yes or no. Okay, thank you.
Is that okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Actually, I would like to speak to you. You don't need to see my back.
Ma'am, face us.
I need to stand this way.
Okay, yeah, okay.
And I need to talk into the mic. Okay, I can do that.
Get closer to the microphone. Get your mouth close. Blah, 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 blah. Get your mouth close to the microphone.
Get my mouth close to the mic.
Can you help her?
Gotcha.
She's got to get ready. She's got to eat this.
So I have, okay. This is good, folks. This is good. Because so many people have stood up here and made wonderful observations this evening. I don't need to repeat any of them. I have some observations to make. Number 1, this company came into our community under cover of darkness, under secrecy, got NDAs, and didn't even reveal their identity until they were forced to. Now they come to us and are all rainbows and ribbons. They're our friends. They want to be a member of our community. Do you really trust somebody that would do something like that? There's been a lot of talk, a lot of verbalizing. Let's look at the nonverbal communication here tonight. Our illustrious leaders are as far away from us as they can get without being on time. And they've got a table barrier between them and us. Look at our presenters, which, by the way, as far as communicators go, I have to give them an F for failing. Because they are not good communicators. They did not express themselves well. They did not have good PowerPoint visuals to explain what they tried to say. And this whole time, they sat there with their backs to you, looking at their phones and just ignoring you. If they were real communicators, they would have been arranged so that you could see their faces and they could see yours. Think about that. Think about the message that this is giving you. And think about who you really want to believe. Thank you. resident. I live very close to this proposed data center. I've attended many meetings, watched online meetings when I couldn't attend in person, because many of us are full-time workers and have kids and try to balance everything. But I really commend everybody that spoke in front of me. I disagreed with only the two that are in favor of this, but I wanted to specifically ask the board and to ask Microsoft on this proposed tax rezoning request. The whole presentation did not address what those changes actually look like if that zoning request was complemented or not. So we need to understand what does that logistically mean. Was that entire presentation based off of if the fact that we rezone this to a light industrial, or do we keep it as is? I did not see any mention about that whatsoever. The other part about this is, this might seem minuscule, but I think it's a forecast to our future. Who is footing the bill for relocating these meetings to different sites, using upgraded technology, renting the chairs, the setup staff? Is it the backs of the community members? Or is it Microsoft? Because this is really challenging to know what our future will hold. If we have complaints and concerns against Microsoft, what is the taxpayers going to be feeling on that from a financial burden? The other part I wanted to say is, I appreciate information, so I wanted to be very attentive to that presentation. But besides the pictures that were in there was nothing that specifically even listed Lowell. There was a lot of just generalities. And so if you want to come in here and say that you want to work with us as partners, you need to go through and say, we saw that you guys have so many local businesses, and we saw that we've looked into your nonprofits. These are the ones we could contribute to. There was no personalization whatsoever. And it's really frustrating when you're saying that you're going to invest, but you lack thereof. This is also the first time I've ever heard the scale of these buildings. 50 feet, potentially up to 90 feet. That is very different than what was proposed on these bird's eye views of the renderings we've seen previously. That was not transparent. And lastly, this information about the water. How the water is in crisis and we need to upgrade our systems, and now Microsoft is going to be putting the entire bill. Whereas in previous meetings, it had been said that we were only going to be doing so much, and the rest are the taxpayers. So this is very interesting. Now they're ready to put the entire bill. And so I really think the whole reason that we're pushing this as a community is because we are in dire financial crisis and have no other way to actually pay for an upgraded system unless it's on somebody else's back. So I think that this is very, very concerning. And I guess I really want to make sure you ask them, what is this change in the zoning request going to do to their proposed information as well as the taxes that might be affected by this? Thank you.
Joe from the Township. I live in the Township. Let the record show that. Mark, we've had a few conversations. You seem pretty reasonable in those conversations. I'd like to appeal to you on that, to continue thinking like that. First up, Microsoft. We don't want you here. Jerry Hale on June 4th said he didn't consider the people who reside outside the township to be of the community, and he is primarily focused on the opinions of his constituents in Lowell Township. So here I am, Jerry, wherever you are, providing my coveted township opinion. So our supervisor only listens to those in the township, so I expect that approach of listening to outsiders, like the trades and unions expressing interest in profiting off this opportunity. Furthermore, perhaps they're welcome to buy the homes that will be worthless once this thing goes in. The right place, my enemy, I'll say, facilitates covert meetings with our leaders, feeding them misinformation. They quote readily when you talk to them a high percentage of data center acceptance, with a biased survey of 8 respondents of other local leaders and 0 residents. what they promote when they're talking. Are we not being misled, Greg? You falling asleep up there? Local Lowell surveys are 95% against data centers. Time and time again. Microsoft wants to bring a project comparable to Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Folks have talked about the noise complaints there, constant humming. That would come here. And Microsoft's response was, we're operating within local ordinance. Why are they requesting 65 sound when the traffic is at 60? I would urge you to make them go to 60, no louder than the traffic that's there. I mean, come on. Well, why are they louder than what exists currently? Lowell can expect the same experience as Wisconsin locals now call it Mount Unpleasant. They've been behind our backs for a year and a half. You're anti-transparent. It's quite obvious you don't know how to be a good neighbor. As evidenced by wanting to rezone out of the IPUD to light industrial, the township loses all of the business park protections to be replaced with what? Rules that make Microsoft happy with 90 feet, 9-story high buildings. That's as high as King Flower, maybe higher, instead of the 35 feet currently, which I think we're all fairly happy with. Why are we allowing that? Microsoft states they want full flexibility as the reason for the rezoning. More like complete power over us. We're considering a rezone for Microsoft's ultimate convenience and freedom at the sake of our own. Why? So they can build this thing in a way that advantages them, not protect us. No one will want to live within 2 miles of this data center. That's 60% of the township. Planning Commission, it makes sense that few or none of you are that concerned. You don't live that close to this property with the exception of one. 2 miles, 6 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile. One person lived within 1 mile, and they're no longer on this committee. Please don't just follow the ringleader like a bully in school. Try to think for yourself and your neighbors who live closer. Can you really protect the value of this community for one of the most powerful companies in the world? I don't want to make this sound like an attack, but when hot tub ordinance details are somewhat of a struggle.
I have reduced my comments to lighting for the Napa Planning Commission. I'd like to present that to you now, if I could. Okay, I'm primarily looking at the conditional rezoning contract that Microsoft has offered along with its request for rezoning, and this is primarily a list of the restrictions and conditions of them running this data center in the township. Changes need to be made for the protection of people in this township should we reach this point in our discussions with Microsoft. First off, I want to note that computers require electricity. They require a continuous supply of electricity. If you turn that off even briefly, those computers quit running, they crash. Microsoft knows this. And they will have in their facilities something called an uninterruptible power supply, which runs on batteries. Strangely, this has not come up as far as I can tell. My point with this is
is that these batteries are not ordinary batteries. These are typically lithium-ion batteries. For various reasons, these batteries can catch fire, and once they do, water will not put them out. It requires special suppressants, equipment, and particularly adequate training for any of the fire responders from this community who may be called in such an emergency. I feel it's Microsoft's responsibility, since they are the only ones putting this burden on fire departments. I feel it's their responsibility to cover the cost of providing the materials, the equipment, and particularly the training to those fire responders likely to be called to their facilities. Secondly, again to fire suppression, I agree with Microsoft that we need to use municipal water supplies if we're going to protect these buildings and people from a fire. The municipal supply is always available. It's going to have sufficient volume and sufficient pressure to meet the needs of those fire departments. To the extent that they're suggesting that perhaps other alternatives are available, I think those need to be ruled out. A private well and similar solutions just won't cut it. I also note that there will need to be an agreement made between the City of Lowell and Lowell Township to make provision of these municipal waters available. The time necessary to do that should be taken by both the city and the township. I don't think there should be any artificial limitations, like a 180-day limit, whereby the areas around here have that much time to reach agreement. Otherwise, Microsoft gets to make its solution. Third, under tax base, and that confuses me a little bit why it's there, but Microsoft has made promises to disassemble the buildings when they're no longer in service and to restore the land to its original condition. I'd like to trust Microsoft on that. However, I also know this property will not remain in Microsoft's name the entire life of the facility. It's going to be transferred. The obligations to restore the land and to move those buildings will go to whoever takes on ownership of that property. I have no assurance, because I don't know who they are, that these people will have either the money or the willingness to meet those obligations. What I suggest strongly is that Microsoft remain a secondary insurer as those activities take place. And by that I mean whoever owns the land is primarily responsible to make sure those goals are met. If they do not, for any reason whatsoever, Microsoft should see that those costs are paid in a timely manner. One comment I'd like, there's been some talk about preserving light levels and protecting neighboring homes from bright lights at night. Really, this obligation belongs not just to homes, it belongs to agricultural buildings and businesses who also join this property. And when they say they want to accept,
Wrapping up?
I will. Just a few more words.
Wrap it up.
I think they should preserve the light conditions regardless of whether they're coming from the building, from their security system, gate, or wherever. People around the facility have the right to have reasonable light levels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Liu. I've been a consultant for large capital projects around the world for about 20 years, and I can tell you that 60% of those projects do not meet the success criteria that has been established and was sold to members such as yourselves up front. So one of the key things that you need to look at is how trustworthy are your partners, and then secondarily, do you have mechanisms to ensure that there's going to be some sort of retribution and correction in the form of a contract if those things fall apart. So what do we know so far? We know that Microsoft came in under a third-party name, not even up front as a partner to say we have an interest in doing this. Yes, they scouted the land, and what did we hear that they asked for? They were looking at where there were federal and state regulatory requirements already. That's the number one thing. As long as they could operate outside of state and federal regulations, then this is a prime area because it's an easy fight. Now you have to look at everything else that we've heard even tonight, whether it's, we follow lean manufacturing practices, but we're going to use diesel-powered generators, and we're certainly not just going to use them for tests. Those of us who know who have generators that run 2-3 days at a time, multiple times in the course of the year, know that power consumption is going to peak during those times when there are power outages. This is not just going to be that once-a-month cycle of testing. Look at the water. On one hand, they said, no, we're not going to use water. Oh, but we're going to use 1.2 million gallons to feed the system, and we're going to refresh that every 3 to 5 years. So there have been numerous areas on electricity, on water consumption. I do urge you to look beyond the questions and the information that's been shared today, much of which has been very contradictory to what they said early and what they turned around and said later. Look at the individual aspects of all of the requirements and what they say they're committing to. They've got a brilliant plan, and that's that they're not going to do anything that gets directly back to one agency to hold them to it. It's consumers' power. It's going to be the township. It's going to be the city council. So when there's not one board who can, enforce those accountabilities and those contract terms, you really are the gatekeeper. And like I said, the 60% of these projects that fail to meet those obligations, the key is who do you let in the door? Who do you open the gate to in the first place? And what have they already shown through their track record to date, not only in your communications, but with the other data centers that they've already operated and are not meeting the needs of those customers or the people who they've made those commitments to. So please take this obligation very seriously in terms of what you're willing to open the door to. I think we've heard enough conflicting evidence to suggest this is not a good neighbor for us to have here. Thank you.
Awesome. The irony that we are in a building that houses pigs and chickens in a rainstorm to talk about data centers. Let's just let that kind of sink in for a minute. Also, there's more sheriff department personnel here than the King County Youth Fair. Pretty civil bunch. Rural America is often misunderstood and misrepresented, right? Often having to move past many stereotypes. I grew up in a rural community in northern Michigan. There's a lot of stereotypes that come with where we all choose to live and where we all choose to raise our families. The conversations here tonight are going on throughout the country, and I'm sure, commissioners, you're left with what's weighing on you is if not us, then who, right? Because these tech companies are going to move into another community. This isn't just a Microsoft conversation that you're having with your community members right now. It could be OpenAI, it could be Google, it could be any of the other tech companies. Right now, the opportunity and the challenge in front of you is Microsoft. So how you set things up legally is going to set the course and the chart moving forward. Not just with Microsoft. I don't envy your job, I don't envy their job. They don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. So if it's not us, then who? Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? Money does weird things to people, that's for sure. I spent 22 years of my career in the digital space. Okay, so I'm a little bit of a conundrum to speak out against data centers, right? But I think we're headed down a little bit of a slippery slope and a path where I think that a community with a data center isn't going to be where you want to live. Now, over the course of the presentation with Microsoft, they've stated 10 years. Some of us in this building aren't going to be here in 10 years.
meaning alive. Not that we're not going to live here. We physically are not going to be above ground. So we need to think about that, because the choices that you make, the choices that I make they're not for you and I. They're for my kids. They're for my kids' kids. Right? So a community, I'm going to hedge a bet that I think that a community with a data center isn't going to be where you want to live. Property values are going to go down, businesses suffer, and the community suffers. So all that wonderful tax money that you're getting from a tech company isn't going to compare to the vibrancy that you lose in a community because nobody wants to live there. And we have wonderful examples in Lowell, manufacturers and other businesses that operate just fine around us and that represent themselves really well here, right? So it's good to see that, the commission, the planning commission, were very supportive of aging in our community, though I can't help to question whether this is a place where anyone is going to want to grow old. So I'll leave you with my question. Since the township board failed to support the community, will you?
My name is Al Roush, and I live about half a mile north of this proposed data center. We built there 29 years ago. Beautiful home, 4 acres. We are talking to real estate people now. They suggested property values will decrease. It's time to get out. So we are actively looking for another home or to build outside of Lowell, Township, the township that we love and have for the last 30 years. My question would be, and I don't know if it's been addressed, but we've heard plenty of promises from Microsoft that if they run water and sewer all the way from the city of Lowell past my property, will I be hit with an assessment in front of my house? I heard the answer. They said no, they're going to absorb all the costs. But I'd like to see that right. Here, listening to thank you.
I would like to talk about how much Microsoft is going to invest into the community, right? I want to go back to Marsden, like this year, Marsden, where they had an open house at that corner of the property. I got the flyer in the mail, right? I saw, okay, there's an open house coming. I need to request the agile interpreter. Whose open house was it? It was Microsoft open house. Their event. So I tried to find a customer service phone number. I actually came across to the phone number that has the customer service for the deaf people. Like me, I can do ASL to another person. Hearing people talking about with the deaf person, we can video chat, like FaceTime or Skype, so we can talk like a normal customer service, which is awesome. They provide that. But there's like 1 or 2 deaf representatives in an entire Microsoft company. So I actually asked them that if they can provide an ESL interpreter to the open house. They straight up told me like they would not provide an ESL interpreter. My understanding, by law, under ABA law, if they're an event, they're supposed to provide an ESL interpreter. They're supposed to pay for it, not the venue. So I show up on the same day. When I show up, the venue had a generous, for being very generous of finding an ESL interpreter for me. for just for 1 hour. So they do that on their own. And Microsoft didn't do that. Microsoft failed to provide ADA combination with that person in Lowell Turner Township. So now my point is, do you want to consider Microsoft and Lowell Turner Township, if they're not going to comply with ADA accommodation, do they really care about the community? Are they going to hire someone disabled to work for Microsoft? Are they going to invest into the community? I don't have all the answer for you, but that's something you should ask them, provide a proof, because I do not trust them with my situation as a born chick. On top of that, just like what's happening in this meeting, we're in the barn, and porta potty, and no AC, this is not ADA compliant. Make sure you let the board member know that, because I'm pretty upset about that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hello again, Betsy Lopez-Wagner here with Residents United for a Healthy Lowell. I do want to go ahead and address a few things that have come up. So someone asked about the 2-for-1. I don't know if you all are familiar actually with pay to play. The pay to play is pretty much what Microsoft just told you in their own words they would be doing. Pay to play is when you pay to pollute. Because here in front of us we have folks, again, who have no problem telling you exactly how it is. Why? Because they just told you they will own us. They make sure to let you know how big they are and what their taxpayer dollars supposedly will pay for, right? Well, let's think about this. The narratives that they've been selling. They've been selling narratives that there are anti-union folks in this community. Let's be absolutely clear. We're not anti-union. Nope, we aren't. We are pro-union, however, we are anti-union corruption. We have a great deal of concern that what is being pushed is not community health and safety. And let me tell you, I myself have marched alongside pro-climate unions in the People's Climate Movement marches, which had climate jobs and justice in 2017 and 2018. It is not long-term jobs that they are seeking. Let's think of the narrative here. They are pitting pro-working class folks against each other. Why? Because they want to benefit. Over the last few decades, we have seen that union policies tend to benefit those at the tops of unions, not the actual workers. Much like how big tech benefits when communities lose. That's right. And I can say these things as a daughter of someone who is in a union, and that helped me to get my education. But here I can tell you there's a crab and barrel mentality that big corporate polluters like to use. They like to put us all in there and see us fight against each other. And what we are is we are not the opposition party, folks. We are your baseline. We are the community. Everything going forward that we do here, it is for us who are intended to be our good stewards. And why is that? Because we need to keep catching these folks in their lives. There have been well-supported allegations of corruption from MEDC and the Right Place projects, and we in Lowell and West Michigan have the right to be concerned, especially when there have been failed projects like Goshen, the electric vehicle battery plant in Big Rapids. But we'll save those particulars for another day. For today, we're here, Commissioners, to let you know that we think it's really important that from this applicant, that they deliver the environmental impact study as required by federal law. That's right, you should have that in your hands. And you should have that before shovels hit. And you should have that before this project is approved. And so should the township. That's something that must be done. Also, you need to actually have the facts from Microsoft. How much water is the facility actually going to consume? We saw that presentation. It was like ping pong. They couldn't get the facts straight. How much energy is this facility going to consume? How much water is anticipated to be required for that energy use? That's right. In order to actually produce that energy, we need water. So we need to, again, remember that there should not be different rules for different folks. We can even see that from where the fans are positioned, as someone earlier noted. So who's getting to sit in comfort? Well, we get to sit in what? Discomfort. We're told to sit here and shut up and like it and to be good people, good little citizens. Well, guess what? They themselves have said that for their benefit, they want to go ahead and work with us from the start. That start was 2 years ago when the township and others Again, there is so much this community really needs to be able to unpack. The vigilance, the compliance, that should not be on our backs. That should not be on anyone else's backs. That actually comes to you all and the township. So asking the question of who from Microsoft is going to be available on the site when these things happen, who from the township is going to be available to be making sure that the checks and balances are here on a project like this. So I think it's important. You've obviously seen here in this barn today quite a dog and pony show. But you know what? Let's look back to a New York Times article from earlier this year, from January 27, 2026. Microsoft pledged to save water. In the AI era, it expects water use to soar. Driven by artificial intelligence frenzy, Microsoft is internally projecting that water use at its data centers will more than double by 2030 from the 2020 estimates originally had. In Microsoft's president's own words, they talk about how they were trying to support wetland restoration and such, that water is essential to life, and yet this. They went ahead and they were seeing that it now expects its water use to exceed what they originally thought. It was going to be up 150% from their original projections. They are now expecting to use 18 billion liters of water in 2030.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Absolutely.
Wrap it up.
I appreciate you. I absolutely
Wrap it up.
wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
I will wrap it up in my 30 seconds that remain, and I will let these
Wrap
folks know
it up.
not only are we going to wrap it up tonight, but we're
Wrap
going to
it
wrap up
up.
this project. Why? Because this ends here. You all
Wrap
have work to
it
do.
up.
I will wrap it up. So I will hold my hand my full 5 minutes.
This is your second time in line, and you snuck in.
I've only been in line once.
Wrap it up.
Are you done talking?
Finish.
I know the men
Get
in the community
finished.
have a really hard time listening to what
Get
you're around here.
finished.
They listen, they are for you. However, I still
Get
have my 12
finished.
seconds.
Get finished.
Here's what we're going to say. This zoning request has gone from 230 acres to 290 in 6 months. Yes, do the math. They're adding up additional acreage. We have gone from this being a data server farm to being a data server campus. They admitted that themselves. Start looking up this terminology before you sell out our community. Thank you.
My name is Jamie. I'm a Lowell Township resident. I first just want to say, though, Mr. Simmons, you didn't say wrap it up to the white man that went over. And I respect you, but I did notice that, so I just had to bring that up. Thank you. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I have to lead a VBS tomorrow morning. If you don't know what that is, that's Vacation Bible School. So for the past 6 months, our community has shown up. We've packed rooms, we've asked questions, we asked for a moratorium, we were told no. And still, the most fundamental question has never been answered. Well, did anyone ask us if we wanted this here? The commission has the power to say no, and we are asking you to use it, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Planning Commission, for being here so late tonight and listening to everyone speak. It means a great deal to have the ear of our local officials in this capacity. So I'll introduce myself really quick. My name is Caroline Hahn. I'm a Lowell Township resident. 3 years, 4 years in the fall. I have 2 daughters. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. This Lowell is my dream community. It is my dream home. I have only been here for 3 years. I don't know how long we've all lived here, but I just want you to try to see this community with fresh eyes, to understand what we have and understand that it is disappearing as fast as you can say data center. Truly, that is happening. My daughter the other day, she looked at me and she said, "Mommy, I want to live here forever." Should I show her the contract that Microsoft wrote for us? And say, oh honey, no, it's okay. They said that they're rules. It's legally binding. I can't do that. Do you have grandkids that live here? Do you want this for them? My parents always told me to respect my elders, and I understand also that respect goes both ways. Your youth is imploring you. The youth that you are always judging and saying, get those out of your phones, we are asking you, please help us keep this out of our community. Items to discuss as well. So I do want it to be on the record, because it hasn't been explicitly stated yet this evening, that there are no currently existing data centers that use closed loop or direct to chip cooling technology. Yep. There are not any. In fact, I have a quote, and this quote actually comes from Microsoft's website. They say, and I quote, although our current fleet will still use a mix of air-cooled and water-cooled systems, new projects in Phoenix, Arizona, Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin will pilot zero water evaporating design for 2026. Starting August 2024, all new Microsoft data center designs began using this next-gen cooling technology as we work to make zero water evaporation the primary cooling method across our own portfolio. These sites will begin coming online in 2027. All of the data we saw tonight, it is projections. It is not fact. It is not based in fact. None of it is. I would like to also bring up a quote from the World Economic Forum that did a study on closed-loop closed-loop systems. And I quote, practices such as closed-loop cooling systems involving wastewater, recycling, or rainwater harvesting have already shown significant reductions in freshwater use. Now here's the kicker, with potential savings of 50 to 70% when these systems are implemented. Now, 300,000 is the key number here. That is the average number of gallons of water a day that a data center uses. Now, best case scenario, we see 70% water reduction. That is still 90,000 gallons of water a day. 32,850,000 gallons of water in a year. This was calculated using current average numbers that are based on evidence of currently existing data sets, not based on projections of centers that don't exist. So I would also like to talk about the presentation. I was listening in when you were all asking Microsoft questions. Someone had asked the question whether or not this center would be used for AI or whether it would be used for data storage. He would not give you a straight answer. It was so big. I could not believe it. I experienced something very similar when I went to the open house hosted here. I asked the representative explicitly, because this is something I'm concerned about. There was a gentleman earlier who talked about military use. I specifically asked, I said, is this for residential or military use? And I was like, oh, residential. And I said, okay. And I said, if it was military, could you even tell me? And he said no. You could not tell me that it would be used for military purposes, even if it was. So I have one more important point to make. Thank you so much for listening. A few weeks ago, on May 28th, Microsoft was awarded $9.7 billion from the Department of War to, and I quote, centralize Microsoft services across the military. This took effect last week on June 1st. No,
you're going to have to wrap it up. Come on.
This is
You've exceeded your 5 minutes. You've exceeded your 5 minutes.
Will you let me finish?
I've given you a chance. Wrap it up.
Keep interrupting.
Do it.
Thank you. Did you know that they were awarded $9.7 billion from the
Okay, that, fine.
That's my question. Did you know that?
Is that your final statement?
My final statement is that we need to press Microsoft harder about their vague claims that the demand for data has all of a sudden exponentially increased when we are seeing them being given money from the Department of War to build data centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Tischler. I'm also the proud sponsor of the Lowell Recall Committee. I'm here to talk about some of the things that I've seen here tonight. I remember at the end of my last board meeting, I talked to Carlton and asked, were we going to get a dog and pony show tonight like Ames Township did? And sure enough, we got the same slideshow and talk and speech and back and forth non-answers. You sat here a better part of the evening hearing contradictory statements from them. And I'm here tonight because our community deserves better. Not Microsoft. And my question, Carlton, if you could ask Microsoft, is I do have a nonprofit, 501c4, and if they would kindly help me with my recall, I would sell their
wanted me to give this to you guys, so I'm going to call it his written statement.
You got to get a little closer to the mic.
Okay. Before I begin, my son wanted me to submit this to you. He had to go home. It's his written statement. My name is Jennifer Stewart Dodson, and I have been a resident off and on here for 33 years with my husband. When we decided to have kids, we decided to come back to our hometowns because we wanted our boys to grow up with things like a community that valued the land, that they valued starry night skies and bonfires and farming and agriculture and integrity. We intentionally took them away from the noise and pollution of the city so that they could see the stars. And you know, this isn't about just my story, this is about all of our stories here. And if you zoom out for a second and take a look at how this even looks, this reminds me of an episode of Game of Thrones, where all the peasants come up and they beg for their land and they beg for their future. And much like we've been getting here, they look at us with blank stares. But you know what this is? The times have changed. This isn't Game of Thrones, and this isn't back to some feudal system that I'm alluding to. We are not peasants, although we may be treated like them. We are shareholders in this community. And shareholders do not beg. Shareholders do not plead. Shareholders demand a place at the table. Shareholders demand to say that we are equal to you. Your voice is as important as mine. And I am here with my only interest being the land and my family and trusting it down to my boys and burying us in the ground here. The interest that you serve here on this side is financial. It's all about money. That's all it is. And so if you take a look at what is valuable here, it's our people, it's our land, it's our heritage, it's our integrity, and all of that is being whisked away. They sit here, they're paid to tell you that it's going to be okay. They're here, they're paid to sell you on this. They're here, everyone that supports us is about financial interest. I have no other interest but my home and my family and my people and my land. So they say that it's not going to cause any strain. They say that it's going to be okay for future generations. It's going to be clean. But like Sam Altman said, it's all a big bet. They don't know. This isn't fact. So let's take a look at precedent, right? We got Dwajak, they're filing a class action lawsuit. We've got Wisconsin who's complaining about noise. We have eminent domain happening in Athens or in Georgia. We have got a rancher says that since the data center has gone in, that there has been no live births of cattle, only stillbirths, and that horses are starting to self-harm. Not to mention the bees and the pollinators and what that does to crop production. We need to consider our wildlife and our resources, and we need to consider that this affects animals so negatively. What do you think it does to our people? I know Jerry Hale said that so many people have overwhelming support for this. And I decided, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. So I decided to go door to door for 5 hours on Saturday, just talking to people to see how they felt about it. And I talked to conservatives, I talked to liberals, I talked to progressives, I talked to right, left, libertarian and free thinkers. And not one of them, my friends, wanted this. Not one. And so, if you want to take a look at what's next for Lowell, give us our Starry Night size, give us our farmlands. Don't put us next to a 9-story building. As a crow flies, you saw my son up here earlier, I would be a half a mile away from this. Would you let your children sleep next to that? No. Would you let your 10-month-old sleep next to that? No. Would you let yourself let your children sleep next to that? So, our tagline for Lowell is, this is where your story begins. And I want to know, are we as a town going to let Microsoft write a story of us, write a story for us of technological tyranny and technocratic authoritarianism? Is that what we're going to do? Are we going to write a story as the people of Lowell that says, Lowell does not surrender. Lowell holds the line. Lowell fights back. Lowell has a better way to do this. These things are coming up too fast. We need to slow down. We need to there are better ways to do this. There are wiser ways to do this. And until we decide that as a community, we are here to say, Lowell holds the line. We do not consent.
I just wanted to make a quick note that it has come to my attention that there are 7 of you up here and there are no women. Now, I know Rhonda was on the committee and then she backed down, but that doesn't feel like representation to me as a woman. Furthermore, Mr. Simmons, I found you very offensive the way you treat Township meeting, and I was utterly traumatized. I swear to you, I could not sleep that whole night. I was so traumatized by what took place that night. And I asked the 5 gentlemen who voted against the moratorium, how can you sleep at night? Because your community has come out in droves. People have poured their hearts out, and the patriarchy just stands with their arms crossed around their chest and are not even listening. I mean, what do we have to do to get your attention? It makes me think that money talks. It seems like that's the only thing that gets your attention. So I might suggest to our community that if any of you have businesses or family members have businesses, or I know at the last board meeting there was a landscaper guy. I mean, I would not recommend using any of your services or your family services because that seems to be the only other thing that's going to get your attention. I think that the other thing that I have been so curious about, and like I said, I couldn't sleep that night, and I just thought to myself, I wonder if those 4 5 men have considered what is going to be their legacy. Now, several have mentioned it today, like, do you have grandchildren? What do you want your legacy to be? Do you want your legacy to be this data center that is going to bring pollution to our community, that is going to bring a wasteland to our fields and the beauty of our wildlife and, drown out the stars? Do you want your legacy to be one of representation of your people? Or do you want your legacy to be one of authoritarian because you know better than all of these people who keep showing up to meetings? So I'm just, we can have a legacy of giving down to our children the beauty that we have here, that we take so for granted, and yet the older I get, the more I appreciate it, and the more I realize what a treasure it is to live in this area. So I'm begging you, your community has been up here begging you, please don't do this, please don't do this. And when the community keeps saying, no, 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 and 5 men sit up front and 7 today and say, yes, we're going to shove this down your throats, that does not feel good to me. That feels like a violation of your public trust, and that feels like being a traitor in your own community. So I have seen people stand up here and be so deferential to all of you. So kind, so, oh, thank you, sir, yeah. But I'm going to call it like I see it. This is a violation of your community if you go through with this. And I don't know, honestly, how you can sleep at night, because I would imagine that your children and your grandchildren will one day understand what's happened here and be extremely ashamed if you vote for this.
Hi, David.
Speak loudly.
Is this loud enough for you? All right. My name is Jessica Mazarka. I am a resident of Cascade Township. And despite what Jerry Hale says, I am a member of this community. 1,000 feet separate me from your township. So the decisions that you make affect me. That makes me a member of your community. I first would like to point out Mark. I have stood in line for 2 hours to get up to this podium. All 2 hours you have been attentive, you have been taking notes, you have been listening, and it's appreciated and it's been noticed. I assured my husband I would keep it short because I start talking about hazmat chemicals, all kinds of stuff, and he starts glossing over like the majority of you have already. So I will just again introduce myself, Jessica Mazarka. I'm an environmental health, occupational health, and safety professional by trade. I am on the executive team for the Kent County LEPC, which is the local emergency planning. I'm a former hazmat technician. I spent half my day doing industrial hygiene work. I'm highly educated. I highly know what I'm doing. I am a contractor for the federal government. The entity that I work for has closed loop systems. It's like theirs. They leak. We have to clean them up. We have engine generators at every single one of our facilities. We have preventative maintenance. They have to be run every 30 days. Or airplanes will fall out of the sky. I assure you that when they exceed any sort of ordinance that we put in place, the fines are built into their budget already. They don't care. How are we going to stand up against them? I see that you're taking The NADAA, again, as a contract government employee, I am very familiar with the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. You have to sign an 889 form in order to provide any sort of service to the federal government, which in your presentation you said you provide to the federal government. The 889 form is the National Defense Authorization Act. You have to sign this form that says you do not use prohibited equipment or any substantial or essential component of any of your systems regardless of whether you are actively performing on a federal contract. And those are Chinese microchips. How do you sign an NDAA form? Would love to have an answer. Another thing that I would love to have an answer on is how you said that your engine generators will only be run 1 hour or less per year. I would like to have that in writing, if you can send that information, the documentation that your engine generators will run less than 1 hour per year. Because I assure you they run 30 minutes every PM. I would also like to point out that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They already showed you that in this presentation, where they talked about how they're going to put their best systems, or what did they call it? Storage something? Down right next to my house. That wasn't in their formal contract, so they've already taken their inch. So in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, they did that very thing. They started at 315 acres 3 years ago. They just received approval for another 1,030 acres, totaling 1,345. So I won't bore you. I won't go on. I would like to point out that I did apply for the community position today. I know that I'm going to be disqualified because I am not a resident, although that was not what was negotiated when it was voted in at the last board meeting. So I can tell you that I can provide you very good factual information.
I'm going to politely let you know that you've exceeded your 5 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
Yes, I will do that. Barb, I think she's already left, but I'll get with her and explain to her what all of the chemicals are that are in the closed loop systems that we use, that are exactly what they're going to use. And I would love to share my knowledge and information with you as you create this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a lifetime resident of Virgins Township, and although I know I'm outside of the scope, anything that you guys decide in regards to this data center does have a direct effect on myself, my property, my 120-year-old farmhouse, and corresponding farm that are the reason I returned to Virgins Township with my 2 children and my husband. As a lifelong Virgins Township resident, as I previously mentioned, I am completely unsure as to why we are still discussing a data center in this area when there is absolutely no support from the local township residents. Today's comments from the local unions are the first time I've heard something publicly stated in support of this data center, and only one of those individuals even said that they live in our community directly, which has been very disappointing for me. As you can see, the individuals in the greater Lowell area, by and large, do not want this data center. I don't know how many times I can state that, but I will state it again, I'm sure. In fact, what has most impressed me through this project, through all of the meetings I have watched. This is my first time attending, but I have watched as many of the meetings as I could. Again, with 2 small children, it is very hard to attend these, especially when you have to have this level to try to get points across to you guys. What has impressed me the most about the community is that they have come together in opposition to this project, especially in the current political climate. The fact that I am seeing response to this project from all groups, political ideologies, education levels, general lifestyles has been both exciting and extremely disheartening that you have ignored everybody across the board. The only individuals that I see consistently supporting this project are members of this board. Microsoft is not welcome here. Data centers are not welcome here. As a community, we are not generally opposed to progress, but we are opposed to the destruction of natural resources for the profit of corporate interests. We are against the destruction of the environment for our future generations, which cannot be easily restored no matter what they say. There are almost no returns or benefits to the community or the state that are believable or credible. There's not been proof, there's only words. And as people have said previously, the words are in a contract format that can be bent to the desires of corporations. Multiple other communities have either allowed the data centers or have been unable to stop them, as seen in Salem Township, and have had nothing positive to say about them. The centers consume very valuable resources without demonstrating any real value to the community themselves. It has become clear to anyone watching the valuations and IPOs of these organizations that the bubble, the AI bubble, will soon burst and harm our community, our community's economy, and the savings of many of the individuals around here. We've heard multiple people state that they are looking to leave. I've seen multiple people who are not here tonight say the same thing. I'm going to move to the UP. I'm going to move back to the communities I came from. While I'm sure there are individuals who may get some monetary gains from this building and this project, the community is not going to. As is shown by the comments and experience tonight from individuals from Guajiac. As a remote computer system administrator, I work with servers, I work with data centers all day, every day. I disapprove of this project. As a lifelong Lowell area resident, graduate of Lowell High School, and parent of two current Lowell students, I disapprove of this project and strongly reject all the choices that the board has made thus far. Please go back to looking at that moratorium so we can get more information. I would like to formally request that the presentation that was shown by Microsoft earlier, including all of the data that was scrolled through at the beginning, there was a whole bunch of information and contracts in there, be shared and made plainly available on the Township website, not inside of that business center information. I was looking for anything, I could not find that data. Please make it on the main page of the website for full transparency. I would like to end by asking why we are forcing technology that no one wants into every platform as well as into our community directly. In the words of the board, I believe it was Mr. Simmons during, I'm all my last sentence. I believe it was Mr. Simmons that said this during the Microsoft presentation when we were responding. I know everyone here does not want this data center.
Good? Get right on top.
Okay, right on top. Okay. All right. Got my timer. Thank you, Mark, too. I guess I've seen you, taking notes. Appreciate that very much. I think there was a question from a year or two earlier about about what the difference is between AI and like regular co-location centers, data centers, and everything. I worked a little bit in that sector at the beginning of my career. Sorry, I forgot to say. My name is Ryan Shaner. I live in the township, so that really shouldn't be. If you're here, you're obviously part of the community. I don't understand that. Anyways, the biggest difference is, we have had, regular data centers for years now. It is vastly different than what is actually being proposed. It's obviously completely different, and it sucks up valuable resources, including water, air, and reason I'm up here. I wasn't even going to come up here, but Mr. Simmons, honestly, you have told the people here to be respectful multiple times and everything, without extending that respect to the residents and the people that are talking. And actually respect the people, and I'm taking time out of their Monday night, around, I think it's 11 o'clock now or so, out of their valuable time to come here. I've seen mostly just disrespect from you. I think it's gotten better, but this is the first time I've ever been to one of these meetings, and I just keep seeing disrespect from people. So I would like to ask that you actually respect your constituents, and don't threaten to have the sheriffs, come and take somebody away because they're expressing their just because they're expressing their opinion, which they are allowed to do. Don't disrespect them. Don't disrespect them by using them to take someone away when someone is expressing an opinion that you do not agree with. That's all I got.
My name is Nicole Rhonda, and I'd like to first start by saying, asking us to stand in line for over 2 hours because there are that many of us that really would like to speak, many that may have disabilities, is a violation of the ADA. Now, to accurately quote what someone tried to say earlier by Mishamoto Musashi from the 16th century, truth is not what you want it to be, but it is what it is. And you must bend to its power or live a lie. Well, you have many residents trying to tell you and show you, give you evidence of truth. But if you try to listen to the spin piece that we have presented tonight, if you accept what Microsoft is saying as what is really going to be, it is you that will be choosing to live a lie. Another resident made comments about Cascade Township has approved a moratorium on data centers. Yet there are 2 parcels that Scott Rissy, a Cascade Township trustee, has voted, he voted to approve the moratorium in Cascade, but he is owner or a principal in an LLC that is waiting to sell these parcels to Microsoft. So, Cascade Township doesn't want it in their township, they want us to have to deal with it. Yet one of their trustees is trying to make profit off of this. There are so many things I could go into. But Jerry Hale's comment is interesting, yet he can't even be bothered to stay for the entirety of this meeting. Yes, he was here earlier tonight. I saw him, but he has already left. While our residents are here fighting for our rights to actually have clean air, clean water, and an environment we want to live in. The Green Home effort has been mentioned. And yes, the person that appointed every single one of you is on the short list for that recall. Because none of you are elected. You are appointed. And we are showing that we have a no confidence opinion of the current township supervisor. As far as all the issues of the water, how about we hold the Lowell city government responsible for their reprehensible handling
businesses, of which this is an agricultural-based town. We were founded on that agriculture, and you are looking to let them come in and destroy it. Quick question. 1, when is this proposal supposed to be voted on? 2, I want to know the exact number of as-is, planned now, jobs, and the OPM code of each job long-term that these data centers are supposed to be going to provide, not a construction job. Thank you.
Nope. All right, now you can. Hey, Bill, are you okay? You look like you're fading up there. Seriously. You look very red, and you look like you're fading. Are you okay? Okay. Because there's like no fan on you guys, so next time I'm bringing a couple of fans from home. Just to put on you guys. I'm sorry.
Well, she cares about you. You say thank you. What about your manners?
So, anyway, Governor Whitmer opened our Pandora's box, invited all the AI centers in, and now you guys are having to deal with that. I get it. Can't say anything because that would put you impartial. You're basically judges. The current government, I mean the head of the stuff, upstairs in the federal level is now lowering our EPA standards and everything else. So we also have to deal with thinking ahead of all of that and protecting our wetlands, which is our filtration system for our water. You stand between us and Microsoft or any other company that comes in. What you guys decide to counter proposal will be decades in the making. As somebody said, it's not for our generation. It's for our children and our children's children and all the animals, plants. We can have all this data, but you can't eat it, you can't breathe it, you can't drink it.
Yes.
We look at many things now, like stories coming from Virginia with severe flooding. We look at Iowa with severe pollution that they talk about, the diversion of electricity in Nevada. We look at the decibels they want to run. No, we don't need to use diesel generators. It's okay, you can pipe in under if we have to have these things. And 85 decibels is a no-go. Don't let them have it because you set precedents. The closed loop, somebody else has spoken about. So we need to look at that more closely as a committee. That just can't be taken before you draw up standards for this counter proposal and ordinances. And we need to look at what we're going to do, what happens to our community when they have a spill. Who's going to fund? Because they didn't propose that. And as I understand, it's like $500,000 an incident. If the building starts on fire, all games afoot. We haven't had to put one of those out yet. We're losing our agricultural land at an exorbitant fee. We can't afford that because we've got climate change. Want to admit it or not, we're going to have the next Dust Bowl coming through. And Michigan isn't on that schedule. I don't want to make her there. So please, please think of that. They want 230 now. They'll want more. Because look at their rezoning. Again, all that opening for them to just buy up more land, plop up more computer centers, and they don't even have to ask anymore. So questions. When they showed us on the diagrams what they're going to do, look like all adult trees to me. So are they going to put in adult trees? Are they not tearing down what's there? I don't think so. I think we need a real rendering, not just some perceived question. And then we need to do our own environmental studies. We need to do that desperately. And you know what? Ask them to pay
You need to ask for that. It needs to be done. So that you can't say, I woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because that's not a way to live a life. I thank you guys very much. You have a good evening. I'm going to put questions in for you and send them in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julietta, and I'm a Lowell resident. And when I was reading through the Microsoft application, I kind of had some concerns because it says the project can use efficient design. Such designs could, not would or will, but could include a closed-loop system, air cooling with outside air, a combination of these systems, or new innovative water-efficient technologies. I felt like I just read a multiple-choice question. We could do A, B, C, or D, none of the above. So that's my concern. I want to continue to do my due diligence. I hope you continue to do yours, because not only am I a resident of Lowell, but I'm going to live across from this data center. I am at 4335 Timpson. I am across the road. And if you don't do your due diligence, and this becomes a mess, it could be the lives of our neighbors and my life as well. I have lived at that residence since I was 4 years old. My parents passed away. My father passed away. They spent his 64th wedding anniversary in the hospital in Poland. Well, what was colon cancer traveled in his bones. I held my mother's hand while she passed away in the very house I am living in at that residence. I don't want to see it destroyed by a data center or big technology. I just want to live my life in peace. That's all. I'm just asking you to please do your due diligence and to please care about the life of your people and the residents, the whole, the community. That's all I'm asking for. Please consider it. Please make sure that you've done your due diligence and you have left nothing unturned, because our lives are depending on your decisions. Thank you very much, and thank you also, Microsoft, for coming out.
I am Lowell Township resident. Sometimes looking back to the past helps us make decisions for the future. Lowell's prosperity has been built on supporting the arts, starting way back with the Showboat to Fallsburg Festival, Christmas through Lowell, and many other events. Lowell also promoted the environment with the creation of parks, walking trails, and most recently cleaning up the Flat River. As a planning commission, you have contributed to this way of living in Lowell. Reading the rezoning application, the financial benefits look very inviting, which comes back to a lifelong lesson we've all heard and done. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably isn't. I feel the potential damage to the environment and the change to our community character outweigh the financial benefits. Financial benefits can come in different ways, but environmental implications can be irreversible. I also recognize the good AI can do for us with medical research and other positive things, but I also realize that right now it's a running freight train with no regulations, not able to hold anybody accountable for the harm that it can do. With just a click of a button, pictures can be altered, false videos can be created, children, young adults, and adult lives can be altered with just a click of a button. Development of the Covenant Park will happen and bring jobs and economic growth. A data center does not align with the character and values that have defined Lowell's past. I urge you to consider these long-term implications.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heidi Nagel. I own a home and 10 acres of land in Lowell Township. I don't really have anything prepared, but I want to tell you just a quick story about my experience with zoning and the fact that the Planning Commission and zoning rules
isn't very sexy a lot of the time. I've gotten the emails about how to store my RV. I know that there's conversation about how to manage your swimming pool and hot tubs, and all of that seems sort of mundane. But I really want you to consider the fact that zoning is how the character of the community is presented. It is very, very important. From whether or not you can have a big light up sign, or what size that sign can be, or whatever. It's really how the community presents itself and what the character of the community is. I lived in Ionia for 13 years when zoning was a nasty word. I was the library director. I battled that community to get a library built. It's the smallest per capita library in the state of Michigan, and Ionia doesn't care. When I left that position, my husband and I had both owned homes in Ionia County, and I said, we will live in Kent County. I will not live in Ionia County. And he kept finding like really nice places, and this house is really good, look, the property taxes are really cheap. And I was like, yeah, it's cheap because it's in Ionia County, and I'm not living in Ionia County. So we moved to Lowell Township. We have a beautiful log home. We have 10 acres in the woods. We ride our dirt bikes all around. It's spectacular. But it's because the character of this community, through that zoning that Lowell has, and that Kent County has prioritized that character of our community in a way that Ionia didn't. You drive 20 miles down this road, you will get to the chicken barns at Herbruck's. I guarantee you that when Herbruck's first presented to that township, oh, we're just going to have a couple little barns, whatever. Look at it now. There's what? Dozens? 20? It stinks. It's right by the freeway. It's the exact same type of character as what is being proposed here. And it's a nasty introduction to their community. I just really want you to consider that as the Planning Commission, it is, you are the bulwark. You are the ones who create that character of how our community is going to be presented. So I please want you to understand that you have the power. Microsoft has the money. They may have presented a lot of exciting, sexy things. I was sitting far enough back, I couldn't see who asked this question, but I know one of you asked a question about the community first. I spoke at a previous meeting to you about my questions at the Microsoft Planning Commission, or the Microsoft Town Hall, about what communities are those events in? Who could I call in Wisconsin about the library technology training that's being offered? And guess what? It's not happening. It doesn't exist. They say, and the woman said to me, oh, well, it's something we want to start. Well, you know what? Lowell Township should not be their guinea pig. And my analogy of the chicken barns in Ionia is it starts with one barn, right? It starts with one barn. It starts with 230 acres. Then we see Wisconsin, they're adding in 1,000 acres. If you let them in the door, you will not have the power any longer. Right now, you have that power. We are all begging you to exercise that power. And please consider that the decisions you make are the character of this community. We've all come up here and shown you where our values are. Our values are in the community. It's in the community presence and the programs and the things that we already have. We don't need this. It will only ruin the community, and you do not want that to be your legacy. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Kerry McMillan, Lowell Township. I just came back from seeing my uncle down in southern Kentucky. I don't know if any of you know what 1,600 acres of solar panels look like. It's a beautiful farmland, but it's kind of ugly. The world changes. I don't have any answers. I just know that there's just certain things that shouldn't be going in certain places. This bill doesn't belong here. I don't have an answer for where Microsoft should go. I don't have an answer where all the solar panels are going to go. One of my questions here is that I'd like to know if Microsoft intends on using the state credit for sales tax and usage tax. I think it goes till the year of 2050, something like that. Because if they are, they're required to have 30 new jobs, which I'm pretty sure that'll happen. 90% of the energy that they use on that facility is to be renewable energy. I don't think consumer power has that capability right now. So I don't know, where's all these solar panels going to go? Something's going to have to happen. So I don't have an answer to that. There's also a requirement that the building be certified green. I don't know if Microsoft has thought about that. I don't know if their plans is to do that, but that is one of the requirements. It has been brought up here that they're going to pay for everything. I'd like to know if they're going to be gracious enough to give the state of Michigan and our taxes the $18 million that was used, that is to be used for the water in Lowell. If they're going to take care of that, I think that they should be gracious enough to go ahead and give that money back to taxpaying citizens. So that's about all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm Nicole Beery. I'm a Township resident. I have a couple of things to say and a couple of questions. I would appreciate answered by Microsoft. First, I just want to thank you. I know you get lumped into the Township Board and the decisions they've made, which is not fair because you guys haven't made those decisions either. But one of my questions is on the noise ordinance. Looking on the Township, construction can happen from 7 a.m. to sundown. That's a long time, 10 years of construction noise, so that's a concern I have. Generators, one of you brought it up, I couldn't see because I was further back, about that being an unrealistic expectation, as we live a half a mile away. We're approaching 40 hours of no power already this year from consumers. So I imagine there will be power outages that they're not equating for. So that's another question. When they mentioned that it's right by the expressway, so that's great because there's already noise, which I can hear from my house even though there's a half a mile of forest. I don't think a couple trees and a berm is going to do anything to abate noise. And it's a different tone, so just because we can hear the expressway doesn't mean we're not going to hear more noise. So I have a lot of questions about the sound. And someone mentioned just the slippery slope. First it wanted to be rezoned to light industrial. Now they want to add 3 parcels additional to that are currently residential. 35 feet height, now they want 90 feet height. I just fear that if you approve this, there will be so many more asks. I don't think we're in a position to move forward without some serious questions being answered. So the noise is a huge thing, the traffic, the generators. Also, having one corner of that be zone industrial, I fear about every other corner on that expressway, and that is concerning to me. I know I've heard from board members that the current board doesn't want to change that, but what's to stop future board changes from changing the zoning ordinance? I had one other thing. I think it was referenced that the crowd was an embarrassment to Lowell Township. I think as someone that's
been at every board, I might cry now. I've been at every board meeting since this came out, and people sit quietly and listen. And then last month, the township voted against a moratorium that the people have wanted, so it's hard to expect people to sit quietly when they don't feel like they're being heard. So I just hope that you will really take the time to ask these questions and not move forward until you feel 100% confident that the community wants this and it's a good idea, which I don't think it is. I don't support it. Neither does it appear most people that are here. So I just ask you to consider those things. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave. I got a handful of questions, but the first is, why are we still here? It is almost midnight. We've had this discussion for the last year. People have come out to all of these meetings, shut them down on numerous occasions because you guys couldn't handle the amount of people that are here. Why are you paying? How much are you paying these police in overtime to be here? How about these private security guards? Where's all this money coming from? Why are we wasting our time doing this when the community is so clearly against it? So, actually on that, if there are people in our community like you imply who support the data center, prove it. Like, over here tonight, there was what, 3 people that spoke out. Over the last 12 months, you've seen 100 times that. What are you doing here? Why don't you just stop this entire process and put the entire thing up to a vote? If you really care about what the community thinks, put it up to a vote. So, as you ask your questions, and I'd like to clear up a little misinformation that Microsoft presented here tonight, there are people, data centers do not create long-term, high-paying jobs. The data is solid on this. They can lie and tell you otherwise, but they don't know they're wrong. They're lies. AI is a net loss. Not only are Microsoft just laid off one of their subsidiaries. They've just laid off 17,000 employees. Microsoft proper this year has laid off 10,000 employees because of AI. We want to bring in something into our community that is going to cost us jobs. It is a net loss. Our union here, who are pro data center, they are selling out members of our community for a chance to train your apprentices. You are supposed to be the beacon of collectivism. That is the mission of unions. You are being selfish and short-sighted and selling out every other working class person here in order to further your own agenda. It's disgusting. I'm also surprised that you're asking questions you should already know the answer to. There are subject matter experts in our community who come out here every month they spend hours of their time compiling data for you, bringing studies to you. You're asking them questions that have already been answered multiple times in the last 12 months, some of which by me. Someone lies here basically, and you heard from a couple other people, but I would like to clarify on it. You asked about the difference between standard data centers, basic data co-location centers, and AI hyperscaling centers. They are different. He can lie to you and say that the same concept applies. Co-location centers focus on CPU usage. Hyperscaling data centers that focus on AI are GPU-based. They are completely different in their construction. They're different in the way in which they impact the community. The heat dome that they create, the light dome that they create above them, they are different. He's lying to you. He's telling you that they're the same. Please research it. He's also lying to you about generators. The current administration is using federal energy rulings from the Department of Energy, emergency rulings to tap into data center generators to run them 24/7 in instances of power outages or heat waves. We all have crappy consumers' power out here. Our power goes down for days at a time. You can guarantee that they will be running those generators to account for that due to federal law overriding what they can claim that it's only going to run for an hour. That's a lie because the federal government will override that. But he's not wrong about the demand for eco-friendly emergency generators being high. It's because we have an AI bubble that will pop. They can't get the resources they need because this shit is happening everywhere. It's bad.
So when Jonah said in his presentation, why Lowell? Why Lowell indeed? It's because you scumbags go into communities that can't defend themselves, both legally and financially, and you strong arm them into positions that are unfavorable for them, and then Members of the board, I really urge you to listen to what subject matter experts have been saying when they've been coming to you for the last 12 months. You really need to think long and hard about what you're voting for and what you're approving. Because they will lie to your face and they will try to screw over our community at every opportunity. They've done it everywhere else. I know Jerry's not here, coward, but when members of the board say things like they don't care about members of the community that live outside of Lowell Township, my mailing address is Lowell. I may live in Virgin's Township, but when I go get food, I go to Lowell. When I buy groceries, I go to Lowell. When I get construction supplies, I come to Lowell. You guys say my voice doesn't matter. My voice will matter in 3 months when the 3 of you who voted against us lose their jobs because I will be spending every ounce of my energy to make sure that that recall goes forward. Give me one more second.
Thank you. Thank you for your
comment.
Thank you.
One more thing to say, specifically to you, David. Your behavior tonight has been disgusting. You are a shriveled, cowardly misogynist who has spoken up over everything that's not here. You should be ashamed of yourself. Somebody's fucking grandpa because he's stuck now.
It's almost tomorrow morning. Mark, get your pencil up, because I actually have questions for you to ask these people. Ready? Okay. So they talk about the rest of the campus, so it sounds to me like they already have plans to expand beyond this initial footprint. I think we need to ask them that question, and you need to understand where they plan to go with this, and how many more besides the 5 buildings they plan on building. Because once you approve what they have presented to you, you really won't have a say anymore. Anything they buy automatically gets covered under the regulations that they're proposing for you. There's no safety net there for you. The other question is, sundown really to stop work in the summer? I think you noticed that tonight it didn't get dark until about 8:30, 9 o'clock. So if you're gonna let them do construction for 10 years, all summer long until 8 or 9 o'clock, you're gonna have some very unhappy parents knocking on your door. So how about a reasonable time for working construction for the next 10 years? I'd also like you to ask Microsoft how they can possibly guarantee that we won't see a rate increase on our water or our electric bill because they're going to cover the cost of an infrastructure upgrade. There is no way that I know of, unless they're actually going to foot my increased water and electric costs themselves. Because they've said several times now, you won't be burdened with that, residents, because we're going to pay for the infrastructure costs. But they don't control what those rates are. Consumers does, the township does, the city does. So again, are they going to pay that? That's a question. I don't believe an 8-foot berm is going to cover a 90-foot building. And your current zoning doesn't really require a buffer at all. And they might be suggesting it, but every time they've made a presentation, they've suggested that that plan could change. I guarantee that it will. So make sure that your zoning ordinances require a setback or some way to buffer your neighbors from a giant data center. Also, I think labor unions are fine. Will Microsoft make a commitment to hire only Michigan labor unions for their construction on site? Or are they simply going to hire labor from other states and municipalities? I also agree that the SSRP grant, $17.5 million for the city upgrades, why would we not return that money to the taxpayers if indeed Microsoft is going to cover that cost? So those are your questions. What's the rest of the campus going to look like in one of those plans? I don't believe they're being forthcoming. There's more coming. You should know what that is up front. You need to have a reasonable construction schedule. Sundown in the summer doesn't work here. They can't guarantee the rates. I'd like to know how they're going to do that. I'd also like to know if, and the questions you should be asking, of course, residents are worried about the value of their property. So are you going to put a clause in there that will hold Microsoft responsible if residents do see a decline in their property value under a certain percentage? Is there going to be money in escrow to make up the difference for those homeowners?
I have a question, and then I have a comment, but it's actually a new comment.
Could you be just a little louder? Could you be just a little louder?
Oh, yeah. Is that better? There's a little feedback, I can tell. All right, so I have a question, and then I have a comment, and it's actually new information. So, first I have to remind everyone, I know I've told you before that I'm an anthropologist. I don't think that I've mentioned that my expertise is in cognitive science. It is the brain and how we think and how our interactions with our environment and society around us affect our ability to think. So I have to correct something that was said here earlier today about health effects. That's just factually incorrect to say that there's no peer-reviewed studies showing that data centers actually do have proven causative harmful aspects. And the reason is a lot of the infrastructure of the building, this is old technology. You know, these diesel generators have been around for a very long time. These exhaust fans have been around for a very long time. They have been studied rigorously. Their effects on children and particularly on livestock, cows and horses. So I don't expect the Microsoft people, I don't know if there are any PhDs sitting back there, they probably don't know that, but okay, so my question for Microsoft is how are they going to measure and mitigate the effects of low frequency noise? But not nearly as much as tone and low frequency noise. That's really where the harm happens. So I want to know how they're going to speak to that. I'm not a physicist. I don't even know how to measure it. All right. So I do have a comment, and it is directed to our panel here from Microsoft. I'm sorry about you, but there we go. All right. So Microsoft, you don't have a PR problem. You have a failure of imagination. Yes. Why is a corporation touting its innovation bent on repeating the sins of industrial era construction? Data centers, the way they are being built today, should not be built anywhere. Instead of harming rural populations, you need to reinvent and reimagine how you are storing data and how you are building these facilities. Lowell residents feel insulted by Microsoft's community first talking points and your unimaginative proposal. Microsoft has fundamentally misunderstood this population. The elders of our board here, they are the heritage of this region. But it would be your mistake to think that the Township Board exemplifies our ex-urban residents. It is a mistake to believe the Right Place's assertion that residents are NIMBY, anti-development reactionaries. Residents choose to live in Lowell. No one is stuck in Lowell. We are entrepreneurs. We are VC investors. We are Fortune 50 professionals. We are national network TV personalities. We have two. We are engineers. We are consultants, attorneys, biologists, economists, social scientists, and so on and so on. Many residents in Lowell have worked in Silicon Valley and chose to come back to Michigan. Some still do work for Silicon Valley. Both Peter Diamandis and Salim Ismail have been guests at my home in Lowell. So don't think that we are unsophisticated or don't know about technology. Lowell is not the declining rural town stereotype.
Incomes in Lowell and Virgins Township are 25% and 44% higher than the median income of Kent County. That includes East, guys. We have the lowest poverty rates, 3.3% in the township, 1.5% in Virgins. That is shockingly low, right? Michigan runs over 10% poverty rate. All right, so while the median income in the city of Lowell is on par with the Michigan average, it too has a strikingly low poverty rate of 4.4%. My point here is that we don't need your money. We are smart. We are sophisticated, and we are well-resourced. No matter what this board, the Planning Commission, or the Township Board do, we'll just say it's a long process, and we have just begun. Yeah!
I gotta go after that.
Ma'am, just the batteries died on that, so I'm just going to use these to use.
Sounds good, thank you. So again, my name is Christy. I gave you guys a list of my questions at the beginning because I talked fast and I wanted to give us lots of, but I'm going to try and use my word and not repeat other questions. Thank you. So, regarding this, I read the contract multiple times, and so these are all my questions about the contract. Regarding the zoning change, Microsoft's application begins by acknowledging that the township already has a specific definition for data centers and permits this land used in the IPA district. The application concludes with Microsoft's unsolicited responses to the Planning Commission's rezoning evaluation questions, used to evaluate all applications and make a recommendation to the board. The introduction to their unsolicited self-assessment, Microsoft states, as the Planning Commission knows, the zoning district only determines what uses may be authorized and what development standards will govern them. However, the conditions offered for the property would ultimately limit the use of the property to a data center and apply more stringent standards than required of other uses in the light industrial district, consistent with Microsoft's community-first commitments. My questions to that are, what specifically about the IPA district would ultimately limit Microsoft's use of the property as a data center? That's what it's in the definition of what's allowed in that district. It says that data centers allowed. Microsoft states that the IPA district applies more stringent standards than required of other uses in the light industrial district. Can Microsoft identify which specific standards are more stringent and why they are unable to meet such standards, and why our ordinances should be modified to be consistent with their community-first commitments? Why is Microsoft categorizing their proposed data center project, which currently consists of 5 90-foot-high buildings covering 80% of over 290 acres, which equals out to approximately 190 acres under roof, as light industrial? That's confusing to me. People have mentioned the facility in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. In March of 2006, an investigative department at the local ABC News affiliate spoke with residents who reported a persistent hum, high in pitch but low in volume, that would turn on suddenly and sometimes last for days. Microsoft didn't even acknowledge the community's concerns for nearly a month. On April 10th, the update Microsoft posted on their official site dedicated to updates for the Mount Pleasant community said that they were aware and investigating the root cause. The latest update on Microsoft's website, I checked today, for the project was on April 15th, indicating that while the facility's noise levels meet the requirements set by local ordinances, they will continue to look into the issue and provide another update by April 20th. No further updates have been posted. Is this the behavior of a good neighbor? Last week, Microsoft representatives told the city that the facility in Des Moines, Iowa is the most like the proposed data center in Lowell, and that a hyperscale AI data center is not what's there or what will be built here. So my question for them about that facility is, are they referring to what they call the Ginger East project, estimated to open in mid-2028, or the Ginger West project, estimated to open in the summer of 2028? Moving along, under the conditional rezoning contract recitals, item G states, as one of the conditions for rezoning this property, the owner has also agreed to apply the same conditions to other adjoining parcels that will be developed for data center use in connection with the property.
You have a minute.
Pardon?
I think you have about a minute.
Okay, thank you. Are there plans to expand this site? Because it sounds like it. Then there's several technical specs that are confusing. Will Microsoft agree to do a demo of these generators for the community before any contracts are signed? Can they set up 10 generators and chillers at the proposed site, fire them up for 48 hours so we can all see what it's going to be like? Will Microsoft impose the chillers to help reduce the noise? In the current renderings, they are shown outside. The current power lines that are here are not able to handle the power load required. Will their path of power, where will their path of power run? Do they plan to use eminent domain to acquire property to run these lines? So those are just a few of my questions. You have the rest. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Probably take time. My name is Nick. Lowell resident. Yep, Lowell resident. Spoke with you guys multiple times before. My question is really similar to the gentleman, a couple people ahead of me, which is why are we still here? Why are we still doing this, guys? Like I've come to so many of these, and like it just gets redundant at this point. Like I don't know how many times you need people to just say like no before that sets in. And I know that like you guys have your due diligence and everything like that, right? And even back when I was here, well not here, but when I was talking with you guys months ago, it was make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. Make it make sense why this is so tempting for you guys when so many other people, and we're all people like you doing our own research. Why does it make so much sense to us that this is a no-brainer? We should be saying no to this. But yet we're this far along on this process. And I still, even with all this information that they're providing, I just make it make sense, right? So like, I don't get it. Like, we have other sources of tax revenue. The general plan that we had, the IPUD, is great for that spot. We could have resident, or we could have shops, we could have a shopping area. We don't need a giant eyesore right off the highway. And we don't need to rezone this light industrial and go up to a 90-foot building. We can find other sources of tax revenue. We don't need to do this. And in addition to that, like, you know, there's just a lot of stuff that just does not make sense in this. From an economic standpoint and the direction of where we want to go with Lowell, right? We set out a plan that we were going to keep our community rural as much as possible, and suddenly now this change has come about. So my comments, I just want to end it with exactly where I've ended every single comment that I've made to this and the township board, which is that this should go to a vote to the people. And the fact that it hasn't to this point is honestly just really troubling. Like, really troubling, guys. Like, what's going on here? Like, if you really believe that this is what's in the best interest of the town, and that, as Jerry says, he's heard more support for this project than not, I don't know if you guys would agree with that. I can tell you I've been going to a lot of these meetings now. I can't see how any of you guys would feel that way, that there is more support for this in this community than not. And so, make it make sense.
My name is Michael Smith. I'm a proud union journeyman miner. my mind that a multi-billion-dollar corporation is going to rely on consumers' energy to supply their energy needs. Consumers has recently been ranked amongst the worst, not just in Michigan, not in the Midwest, but in the nation in terms of outages, restoration time, and grid reliability. In Joe Blow's presentation about the generators running minimally each year is wishful thinking. With the unreliability of consumers' grid, they will be running substantially more. If I were on your board, sitting up there, I'd be requesting a grid reliability study. Consumers' energy can't even rely on consumers' energy. They rely on people like me who take the call at 3 a.m. when their own line would fail to answer to get the wire back on the wood in and after all different weather events to get their customers' meters spinning again. The only thing that they are good for are gouging the customers at the meter and providing an unreliable service. I'm against this data center, and I've been spreading the community opposition with my IBEW brothers and sisters near and far. So when consumers ask us to build their lines, we all know to tell them and Microsoft to get them and get out.
Yes, no? So I know it's late or early, depending on how you tell time, but we've heard from a lot of members of the Lowell community and people that I'm very proud to call my neighbors and friends. And I hope that the gentleman sitting in front of me have been listening and have been giving the respect that everyone deserves, because I know that it is making me extremely proud to be a member of the Lowell community. And I only have one question. I don't have any more comments because, frankly, the things that have been said have been put more eloquently than I could possibly hope to achieve. Have you been listening to us? And have we made ourselves clear? No? Listen harder.
Good evening. My name is Ashton Shaw. Microsoft and anyone here speaking in favor of this development is living in artificial reality. The voices do not represent the voice of this community who will live with the Planning Commission's decisions for decades to come. Looking at the application, page 1, bullet point 1 in Microsoft's application, that they will not ask Lowell Charter Township or local property tax abatements for this property. It's slick Seattle legal wording, but it's false. Example 1, according to the Right Place Strategic Readiness Fund grant, $18 million in local community and financial support is in the form of a projected brownfield tax increment financing reimbursement towards these costs realized over 15 years. If that's accurate, that's $1.2 million a year in tax abatements which will be given annually for 15 years. If it's not accurate, the grant application was granted under false pretenses. Handouts to the richest companies in the world on the backs of taxpayers, thanks to the backdoor dealings of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, which should be disbanded to protect taxpayers funding pet projects. Example 2 of Microsoft's artificial reality, failure number 2 of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, putting short-term artificial growth ahead of the wants and needs of local communities. The Enterprise Data Center Sales and Use Tax exemption of 24 signed by Gretchen Whitmer. According to the State Budget Office, in FY25, 41% of school aid funding comes from sales and use taxes, the single largest contributor. So here we are, giving away billions of dollars in state tax revenue, over 2 times larger than the next largest school aid funding source, which is income tax at 18.4%. That's $417 a student, supporting things like tuition-free preschool, like the Great Start Readiness Program, literacy and STEM programs, teacher salaries and benefits, school supplies and transportation. That is the 6% sales tax exemption that we're getting, and that affects our schools and our community directly. Microsoft will work, bullet point 2, Microsoft will work with Consumers Energy and the MPSC to pay our fair share for electric service, including for any needed upgrades. Again, false. There's a consistent pattern of false statements by Consumers Energy and Microsoft. Consumers Energy has applied for 3 electric rate increases since November 5th, 2024, each one resulting in over an 8% increase in residential electricity rates and over $425 million. These rate increases are directly tied to enhancing the infrastructure needed to support data center developments and are being funded by residential customers today. Microsoft has been working with consumers for over 2 years, and I'm curious, how much has Microsoft paid into these rate increases? So on November 24th, $153 million on the back of residential ratepayers increasing 8.2%. How much did Microsoft pay? 0. December 2025, $276 million rate increase approved through 4/30 of 2027. How much did Microsoft pay? 0. One pending right now is June 6, 2026, filed for another $456 million rate increase. Estimated to raise bills another 9% starting in April 27. How much does Microsoft pay? 0. So here you are, bullet number 2, talking about your community first principles, and you're already embellishing, you're already lying, you're already playing word games. And this is what will continue to happen into the years ahead if we allow this to go through. Further, in November 25, consumers applied for a large data center tariff when in fact it created loopholes for exploiting and profiteering. Consumers Energy currently has one customer larger than 100 megawatts, which it serves under a special rate established by the legislature. The largest customer currently taking service under the standard rate is 28 megawatts. The data center tariff excludes data center operations consuming less than 100 megawatts of aggregated power, even though consumers in this demand range are nearly 3 times larger.
You have a minute left.
Looks like I have 3 minutes left. Use of backup generators only for emergencies. Microsoft says in the proposed zoning text amendments, generating testing will be permitted between 8 and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, except if tests require a longer duration, in which case notice will be given to the township at least 1 day in advance of each extended test period. So Microsoft doesn't even have to notify their neighbors. They just send a note to Jerry or Jerry's replacement, and they will post it on the township office doors if you need to run the generators for 3 days straight. Sounds great. You have a graduation party outside in the heat of the summer? Sorry, neighbor. And what happens when the Department of Energy declares a MISO grid shortage and requires Microsoft to fire up all the generators to avoid blackouts being exacerbated by data centers across the region? I'll be running 24/7, and there's nothing you can do about it. In the master plan, IPUD versus light industrial. Page 60, item 9 in the application, Microsoft talks about how the IPUD cannot be accommodated because of the redundancy design necessary for reliability and disaster recovery. The IPUD is the I-96 planning area.
Your time is up.
The I-90.
Your time is up.
Let me wrap up this statement.
Just go ahead and wrap it up.
The IPUD is the I-96 planning area in the master plan. The I-96 PUD in Chapter 15 and IPUD Chapter 16 of the zoning ordinance as codified by the master plan specifically avoid zoning by right, which is requested by the applicant today to protect the community of zoning by right at such a massive industrial scale. The applicant is seeking to take advantage of our community by bypassing its current zoning ordinance and master plan and rewrite the rules for their own billion-dollar interests. Last sentence, David. We should not be amending our zoning ordinance and deviating from our master plan to acquiesce Microsoft. To do so would break the covenant made with the community when the master plan and zoning ordinances were approved by the board.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for staying this late.
Yeah, a little closer.
I'm confused too here. Given the fact that President Trump has signed an executive order proclaiming, and I quote, United States AI companies must be free to innovate without cumbersome regulations, but excessive state regulations thwart this imperative, end quote. Trump has said it is the policy of the United States to sustain and enhance the United States global AI dominance through a minimally burdensome national policy framework for AI. So in summary, Trump's executive order expedites environmental permitting by streamlining or reducing regulations under the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, which preempts any local ordinance or state laws regarding environmental protection acts. Because we all know federal law supersedes local and state. So my question to Microsoft is, why should Lowell allow Microsoft to build and sacrifice our clean air and water when you have permission from the highest level of Commander-in-Chief to pollute our air and water and legally do not have to follow any ordinances or state regulations imposed upon you? The other thing, Carlton, you were questioning them about AI versus hyperscale versus, and his answer was iCloud. That's hyperscale AI. They come here and they say that they want to be transparent, but they won't use the word hyperscale or AI. The other thing, I just want to thank the police force for being here for so late. It's sad that our tax dollars are being paid to them. Microsoft is not putting community first. We're sitting in this barn swatting flies while they sit in front of the fan. Not your guys' fault, but the outhouses are filled to the rim out there. And this is putting community first? I don't think so. Thank you, gentlemen.
Where's water?
Thank you very much.
Hello. Is that better? Jeanette Stevenson from Lowell Township. First, I'd like to thank you for the last 5 hours. Hopefully it's not another 5 hours from here. I would like to request more detail regarding Microsoft's statement. If the facility ever stops operating as a data center, Microsoft will be responsible financially to shut down the facility and do any on-site remediation. This statement is broad and could be interpreted in different ways. Does it mean that they would remove everything they put there and cover the land with trees and wildflowers? Or will they simply remove the chemicals and machines and then board up the doors before abandoning the property? Secondly, most Lowell Township residents get their electricity through Consumers Energy. When we were 24 years old, my husband and I bought our home in Lowell Township. Before we had both turned 25, we came to the crystal clear understanding that as property owners in Lowell Charter Township, we must expect and have a plan for multi-day power outages at any point throughout the year. I'm confused as to how Microsoft can state that their anticipated usage of each individual generator is about 1 hour annually. Assuming the generators will turn on automatically when the power grid goes down, that 1 hour is far beyond unlikely, given the fact that data centers lose money every second they are without electricity. Are they purposely being deceptive? Is Microsoft uninformed about how the electric grid realistically affects property owners in West Michigan? Or does Microsoft have some sort of an agreement with Consumers Energy that would prioritize their property over other properties? My last question regarding generators, and I know very little about generators, but it's my understanding that there are 5 proposed data warehouse buildings, and with 20 to 30 generators per building, are they proposing a minimum of 100 generators? Thirdly, we have a relatively low crime rate here in the Lowell area, but I'm curious about the general staffing plans for this facility once it is up and running. What about the possibility of break-ins and general property damage that could potentially occur without a single employee even being on the property to notice and address? Once this facility is fully operational, how is a leak or spill detected? Will there be an automatic process in place to immediately notify the Lowell Area Fire Department? Just a couple more questions. After these buildings are all up and running, aside from groundskeeping and the employee doing monthly checks on the generators, how many people will actually be working at this facility? Will this property be staffed around the clock? That's all I got for right now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to support the thoughtful people who have come here with all their research. I'm just a common citizen, and as we get educated, there's going to be a lot more of us here. And we're here for the long haul. And we all know that Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. What does the board have to benefit by supporting a multi-trillion-dollar corporation over its own citizens? What are these people
by Microsoft to come do Microsoft's dirty work and to gain from what they are doing. Two words come to mind: insatiable greed. The definition is, it is unquenchable thirst or impossible to satisfy desire for wealth, power, or material gain. It represents a bottomless pit where no amount of accumulation is ever deemed enough. What do you people have in common to support Microsoft over supporting your own environment, your own ecosystems, and your own citizens?
Going to close the public input portion of the presentation. I'm going to make an announcement, and then we're going to move on to the next item. I should have done this a little earlier, but I didn't get a chance to get it in. There will be more meetings. So just to give you a heads up, on Monday, June 22nd, there will be a Planning Commission special meeting. Microsoft will be there. They will be speaking. The topic will be environmental sustainability. Now, I don't know the date or the time or the location for that meeting. But anyway, so mark that down on your calendar, June 22nd. Then on July 13th, which is a Monday, that is our normal Planning Commission meeting. Microsoft will be there and they will make a presentation related to design and construction. So that's going to be happening the 13th. Then on July 27th, which is a Monday, that will be a Planning Commission workshop, and we'll have consumers' energy and discussion related to water and wastewater situation. Again, I'm not exactly sure the time of that meeting or where that will be held, but stay tuned and you can always find out where these meetings will be, when they'll be, by going to the Lowell Township website. So, beyond that, I don't have any other meetings and innovations scheduled. Now, just so you all know, tell your friends, get on. The next part of the evening is we've heard the questions from questions and comments. Do we have any questions for Microsoft at this point in time? We took notes and we have a list of questions. And my sense is a lot of those are going to take some research between the Township and the Microsoft, and they may require research. So, have you not heard a single word tonight? No, they haven't. So, just let me know. Do you have any questions for Microsoft?
You have over 4 hours of questions from this community?
No, I don't. We're going to have 4. Oh, yeah. We're not finished. No, I don't, but I'm ready to go.
Well, yeah, I have a lot of questions, but at this point tonight, it's been hot, and I've certainly heard everybody. Please don't think that, I'm
this is a meeting, we have business to do. I'm sorry, you know, but it's, you know, what we ask folks to limit their time speaking to 3 minutes, which would move things along a little faster. And most people wanted 5, and we allowed them 5. We allowed them 5 minutes.
Because you're required to by law.
I have no comments. We're here and we're going to be here for a long, long time. Thank you. Thank you.
Dave, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
That's right, there's other agenda items. Sandy for the win.
She's on number 9, I think.
But there will be another one later. You know, we've got one. We have one. That's on the agenda. Yeah. We have one item to do, and then we're going to open it up for public input and comment for items on the agenda. So, no. Are you ready? Are you ready to present the rezoning application, the text amendment application? Do you want to get into that this evening?
Do you want to?
A lot of the content of our rezone application was covered during my PowerPoint slides. There were a few things in the text amendment that we didn't go over. I think there's a lot of valid questions we're trying to get answers for in the coming workshops. Because we're not requesting a decision, we really want just a chance to present the information that we have of the project. And if we have follow-on meetings where we can bring people that are subject matter experts on different topics, I think that would allow us to start answering a lot of the questions that we've had. And I'm confident we'll be able to hit the rest of the code amendment items. So I don't necessarily have more information to present tonight, but we can coordinate if there's future meetings on providing information for that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. That's the last item, the Microsoft post. The next item on the agenda is public comment for items on the agenda. So it has to be, there has to be talking about Maple Ridge Manor or Microsoft. Would you be able to do that?
I would like to.
Hey, could I interrupt you just a second? I'm going to ask if you could possibly limit your comments to 3 minutes. Now you're allowed 5, but
I would like my 5 minutes, please.
You got it.
My name is Nicole Ronda, and you guys, I will continue to come. I will continue to take my government given by your bylaws time. If I am going to sit here and do my due diligence and research, I expect you to sit here also. I am going to address, one, the fact that 1 month ago, you sat here and told us that you had you knew of no plan at this point for Microsoft to withdraw the whole request that they had put on what you have here. 1 month ago, you said you had no knowledge of any plans of that. I would like to acknowledge the fact that here we are, members. I would also like to acknowledge that we see Microsoft officials coming and going, bringing in water. Except yet all of us residents are sitting here, hour after hour, speaking, having to stand in line for multiple hours to have our voices heard. We are also not provided any potable drinking water. How? Well, we better get used to this. We are calling you out. We can't recall you because the person we are recalling appoints every one of you. But hey, I'm going to research if he gets recalled. Does that mean that we can look for someone to reappoint all of you? Because many of you, well, I'll say 3 in particular of the 5, I know are not really listening to us. You're sitting here with arms folded, sitting back, not taking notes, not really hearing or engaging with what your residents want to say. One can't even be bothered to stay for the entire meeting. Yeah, I know it's late, but we're still here. One argues and talks over emails routinely and really does, the definition of misogynist is not someone that, disrespects or doesn't like women. It's someone that actually hates women. Yet I actually think that I would go so far as to say that I really do believe, Mr. Simmons, that you might actually truly be a real misogynist. There are so many issues with transparency of items presented here, so many twisting of words. A cloud data storage facility is not 5 buildings large. We have one out at Switch. What they are proposing, they directly quoted, I can quote them saying, well, it would be stored cloud data storage. That I call bullshit. We are so it's fitting that this meeting be here. Maybe all the other ones should be because all of these special meetings are going to be the same. We cannot trust what we see from Microsoft. We need independent research and study, which is why a call for a moratorium has happened for a long time. And I will continue to call for a moratorium to be put in place. It doesn't matter that one has been voted on. I cannot read whatever that says. I'm old, but like along with my estrogen, so on my eyesight and my hair.
You're giving you 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I still call for that recall to be reenacted.
I've got a bunch of things I'm not going to say. I have one question, Mark or Dave. You ran off a bunch of dates of meetings next month in July. Can you say those dates again slowly for everybody out here? Is it planning commission? Is it planning commission meeting, board meeting, and then special planning commission meeting? Is that the?
You want me to redo?
Yeah, because it went so fast, we couldn't write it down, so we don't know what those things are.
Wait a minute. Oh, it went fast. Okay, you couldn't write it down. Okay, you want me to? You want to back up with your pencil or whatever?
No, Ashley, we can write it down. We couldn't help it.
Here they are. You guys are ready? We're ready. Okay. Sandy, we'll get to you in just a second. Monday, June 22nd. Monday, June 22nd, that's going to be a planning commission workshop. Microsoft will be there to talk about environmental sustainability. I do not know the time, I do not know the location. Next meeting is Monday, July 13th, which is a regular planning commission meeting. Microsoft will be there to talk about design and construction. And then the last meeting that I have is July 27th. That's a Monday, July 27th. Planning commission workshop. Microsoft will be there talking about consumers' energy will be there, and then there will be discussion also about water and wastewater.
You had said there was a special planning commission meeting. Is it a special meeting or is it a workshop?
I think it's going to be workshop. No decisions made. In a workshop. Special meeting. Sorry about that.
Okay, I just
get up close.
Are you going to put the dates online too on the township website? That would probably be a good thing. Okay. The agenda items on the agenda, was that moved? Because I feel like I should be talking about items on the agenda prior to you guys, but so anyways, I do have a comment regarding Maple Ridge. In my opinion, first of all, I think Maple Ridge is a huge asset to the community, and I have nothing but good to say about their facility. My comment is specifically regarding Williams and Works, and as it pertains to their memo to the Lowell Township Planning Commission meeting dated 5/20/26 regarding Maple Ridge's site plan amendment. Brad Kotova, his memo states, and I quote, "The proposed structural modification has been determined to be a major site plan amendment that requires Planning Commission site plan review," end quote. However, Williams and Works memo under final site plan review has made final determinations on behalf of the Planning Commission regarding township ordinances, and I'll reference them: completeness of submittal, dimensional standards, parking, and landscaping. And under their site plan review, Williams and Works made a final determination on behalf of the Planning Commission proclaiming, and I quote, "The Planning Commission may find that this standard is met, or this may be addressed as a condition for approval regarding ordinance section 2201 as it pertains to vehicle turning, areas of natural drainage, visual and sound privacy, emergency vehicle access, public and private driveway walkways, sidewalks, vehicle and pedestrian circulation, exterior lighting, outside storage, street driveway, site plan conformity." Williams and Works' final recommendation is, and I quote, "We recommend that the Planning Commission approve the site plan." I feel it prudent to remind the Planning Commission that it is your statutory duty and to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. And pursuant to section 2105 of Lowell Township zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission is charged with ensuring all applicants satisfy the township standards and requirements. A written approval of any application prior to the Planning Commission's public meeting and thorough discussions not only violates Lowell Township ordinances and everyone's due process, but it also violates the Open Meetings Act and Michigan's Planning Enabling Act. It is a planner's duty to research, inform, and provide analysis and pros and cons, and they are not to make a final written decision. Williams and Works does not hold any statutory duty to approve or deny any application on behalf of any municipality. It is a known fact, and history has proven, when Williams and Works makes a final decision in writing, they subject the township to a lawsuit. Thank you, Jones.
Thank you.
Gina, City of Lowell. You're going to get sick of hearing about Jerry, but he brought it on himself. If you get sick of hearing about him, take that up with him. I am also addressing the Maple Ridge. I just want to make sure that this approval is not contingent on only Lowell area township residents, as Jerry does not think anybody outside the township is important. So if you're going to approve this site plan for Maple Ridge, let's make it open to everybody. Yeah. Let's
tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. If you'll restrict your comments to 5
I
minutes,
will restrict my comments to 5 minutes. When you are done talking, my 5 minutes will start.
and I'll be a nice guy. Okay.
Excellent. All right, well, now that we've got that established, let's run through some things that we need to talk about here, which is that we're going back to this New York Times article so I can say, even as Microsoft's estimates fluctuate, overall water use for the company and across the industry is going one way, up. Yeah, that's right. And why is that? Because a lack of reporting requirements complicates assessments around the AI industry's true environmental impact. So whatever it is that they're going to come and present on the 22nd, be mindful of this. Also, I want to note that it is really unfortunate that they came and they weren't prepared. They didn't bring their finest to be able to tell us the answers to the questions this community spent over 4.5 hours asking. Why is that important? Yeah, that's right. Look at you when I'm speaking to you, especially you in the second row. You had plenty of time to take photos of me at Microsoft Open House. Even though you said you were speaking. Thank you very much. So the next part, the reason that I needed to bring this to your attention is this community tonight has spent over 2,000 hours cumulatively here in front of you. That's right, over 2,000 hours in front of you, sharing our concerns. That's just one night. And the people who are here, there are 55 people still in this room almost 6 hours later. When do we get our people's night? So what we saw was the 22nd there's things. Now we've got basically every single Monday of the summer that you've now told us you're now going to have new meetings. So you tell us when the community is going to actually be heard. When the community can be where you're at, now you start selling us on this project. Because it's a really hard thing here to keep coming time and time again. And I will tell you, there are 2 people up there who continuously look at us like we are human and are listening. One of them continuously thank you for doing what you do. I think that, the other aspect here is that we are not meant to be doing this. We are not meant for the constant endurance of having to sell you on stewarding our community. When we know for over 2 years, without the public's knowledge, this work has been going. Again, that's not community. Community also is not coming in, right? Taking not only the community's water, but quite literally during this meeting, as it was pointed out, bringing their own water, sitting in front of the luxury of a fan while the rest of us boil. Why does this matter? Because this rezoning would have been approved as soon as December 8, 2025 if our community had not stepped up to say something. More than 100 people stopped that next meeting. Why was that? Because we need to be able to know that our voice is going to be heard. That's called collective power. So one of the things that I would implore you all to do is to look at the next special meeting. Does it need to be on the 22nd? Can you give people of this community one Monday with their families? Because we are constantly here, and we will constantly be here. And if you pass this project, we will constantly be here thereafter. We will go probably beyond the lifespan of many of y'all, and our kids will too, in vigilance. And again, what is this worth? Health issues, our local community. We're all getting involved because we care. Please take the time to listen to us versus people who come to you and aren't quite prepared for the test of the times. Thank you.
Please hold it to 5 minutes, okay? All right. I'll trust your time, okay?
Thank you very much. I did miss a couple of things when I was up here earlier, so I just want to cover those. I wanted to call your attention to, on the conditional rezoning contract recitals, item H, which is the second to the last item, states, the Lowell Charter Township Planning Commission has determined that the proposed rezoning and conditions are in the best interest of the public, health, safety, and general welfare. This is what Microsoft is saying on your behalf. So I just want to make sure that you guys didn't miss that and things, because I know there's a lot of information in there. And then, because Microsoft does not get my questions, I'll just read a few more, if that's okay. How does the landscape buffer the sound or appearance of 5 90-foot tall buildings with industrial-sized diesel generators and chillers? Will Microsoft agree to no load shedding unless the region is out of power? Loosely defined, load shedding allows consumers energy to ask Microsoft to go offline and switch over to generators during peak power demands until told to go back online. And then be powered down, and the next 3 generators can come online, and they can just keep recycling through that as long as they want to, or until, well, not as long as they want to, until consumers come back and tell them, hey, we're good, you can turn those generators on. So, why are the noise limits at the property lines and not set at the equipment, in addition to decibel sound limits? Will Microsoft agree to sound frequency limits and different sound limits? Because, you know, yes, 65 decibels or 60 decibels, or when there's one thing doing that, it's not much. But when there's 100 of them doing it, that's too much, right? Like, think of concert speakers when there's, you know, if it's all at the same volume and there's multiple hundreds of them, it's too loud. So then the contract also indicates Microsoft will pay a performance guarantee to the township. How is the guarantee set? Who enforces the guarantee? Are they going to allow township officials on site to do compliance checks? How much is the guarantee? Is it going to be worth our time to monitor it? Or when they break it, if they do, is it worth whatever they're willing to pay? Where is the city's water facility Microsoft will be using going to be located? It only says in the contract that they will use city water and then pay for necessary upgrades. It doesn't specifically say that they're upgrading the current facility. It just says they're going to pay for upgrades to make it work. How does Microsoft define emergency in relation to triggering the use of backup generators, and who declares such emergency? Because I don't think our emergency with a power outage is the same as their emergency might be. Why is Microsoft buying carbon offsets instead of finding ways to operate without generating emissions that warrant the carbon offsets? Because it does talk about the buying carbon offsets in there. And then for environmental, will Microsoft agree in writing to not touch any wetlands on the property regardless of size? What does the contract reference? It says, or why? It says any water discharge from the property. Why are they referencing that if they're telling us there's not going to be any discharge on the site? Keep all inland lakes and streams and wetlands on the property that are less than 5 acres. By law, if they're less than 5 acres, they do not have to be kept, and they can do the 2-for-1 thing that they talked about, where they just go buy another piece of land that's twice as big that has some wetlands. What chips are for direct-to-chip cooling will be used in the facility? What are the chips coated with? Because that also goes into the water, whatever washes off the chips. And when will Microsoft disclose chemicals being used to treat the water in the closed-loop system? That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Township. There's one thing I want to mention. Microsoft is here at the meeting today. Why isn't there a public comment on Zoom? You had several 90 years old senior citizens dragging their asses here because they care about their town. And all of a sudden, there's no public comment. I need Lowell Township. Why is public comment not being implemented on Zoom? I have not gotten their response. I want them to be giving me a response tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I had a couple of things. One, I don't know if any of you guys got the same vibe, but the entire time during the Microsoft presentation, all I could think of was I was getting deja vu from the open house, right? Because I felt like everything that people had talked to about them, like, okay, we're going to throw this on a slide. This will be a little catchphrase. We're going to talk about transparency. We're actually going to talk about what that means. We're just throwing it out as a buzzword. And all the people have been yelling about transparency for the next right? No, actually talk about what that means to them, what they're actually looking for that. Another thing that I noticed during this meeting, all those people, those union leaders, I support unions, right? They came up here, they said what they wanted to say, they immediately left, right? Did they really care about what their community really wants when they just care about their voice being heard and then they left? Right? And that's really a shitty part of it, guys. is like even the people who are in support of it have just the biggest financial entanglements. And I have not met a single person who doesn't stand to benefit financially from it, who is not, or who is actually.
First of all, thank you for sticking with us here. Second, I've just got a quick question on those upcoming meetings that they're going to have with Microsoft, right? The special meetings they're going to have with Microsoft. Are they going to directly answer our questions, or is it more a go around?
I'm not sure.
So the coming up meetings in June 22nd, July 27th. Yeah, those workshops. Are they going to be on the workshops? Are they going to be answering the community directly, or is it ask you the question and you get the answer?
One of them is going to be a regular planning commission meeting.
Right. Right.
The other two are going to be, I'm going to call them workshops. In other words, we're going to be working on things. They're going to be there to present. Microsoft will be there to present on those particular topics. Workshops mean that we don't make decisions. That's it.
Yeah, no decisions, but then can the community ask Microsoft questions directly? Can the community ask Microsoft questions directly? That's what I'm asking.
On a limited basis, yes. Yes.
They will, on the workshops.
Okay, I tell you what. Jonah? Okay.
The meetings should be held as they typically are, with the planning commission asking questions that they want Microsoft to answer. And of course, can be based on the questions that the community wants to hear the answers to. Microsoft's happy to have that dialogue with the planning commission, but we feel that the communication needs to go from the planning commission to Microsoft. If people want to submit questions ahead of the meeting and to the township, and they want to share those with us, then that might help. We might be able to just answer the questions.
So in other words, you're refusing to answer questions from the community. Thank you.
Okay, but at the meeting, the communication, yeah, should be between planning commission and the applicant.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right. So folks, you know there is going to be a meeting, but it works best if you have questions that you want Microsoft to answer. If you can get those questions, send an email to the township and say, this is a question for the Microsoft meeting on such and such a date. The planning commission will ask the questions as opposed to just having it correct.
Can you guarantee us that the questions that we formally submit via email, and please give us exactly what email address we should send these questions to, can you guarantee and give us the community the peace of mind that our questions will actually be asked of Microsoft? Will you give us that guarantee if we do submit questions in writing that you will ask them directly? And please specify which township email you would like us to submit questions to.
Ma'am, were you finished? Yeah, you. Oh, you're all done?
Can I ask a quick point of order, which is that in your agenda, it says planning commissioners will be recording your questions and will have the opportunity to ask any questions they hear in public comment directly to Microsoft after the public comment session is closed. So this
No, we've been taking, for the comments for tonight, we've been taking notes as fast as we can for your questions. And so, and I can see that the questions either go to Microsoft or they go to the township to research it and then put out an answer. The answers can go to, well, the townships, the answers can be displayed on the township's website, and Microsoft has a website, frequently asked questions, and they can answer them there. So, because you were throwing many questions tonight, well, some of those questions, most of those questions take research. We don't just answer them off our heads. We can't.
They work for you, though. The way that it's worded is that we ask you questions because you can't ask them directly to the applicant, and then you ask those of the applicant. And so I'm just asking, how do we know then if you're going to ask all of our questions? I would recommend that the township perhaps have money for a transcriptionist to come and transcribe all of the questions so that in real time this can happen. There are other municipalities that make those things happen. It also happens at other government levels. So something like that would actually honor our time and commitment as the people of this community.
Thank you. 5 minutes, please.
Hoping that dialogue would answer my question.
Get close to the mic.
All right, really close. I'm new to this. This is my first township meeting where I actually got to sit in a seat. The last one was canceled because there were too many, or people turned out in mass numbers. So I am trying to make myself aware. They have asked very educated questions of all of you. So me doing my civil service, I'm curious. And I'm curious of where do I look to find those answers. Please just don't say your webpage or, we'll cherry pick certain questions to ask them. Where do I find them? I have been a citizen of Lowell for many years. I teach in Lowell, and I teach kids to be educated and critical think and ask questions. And I want to do the same for myself. And they researched, I am amazed by the output of questions that were asked to you. So my question to you is, where do I find all of these answers? Before your next June meeting, I think the 22nd.
Well, if there's a particular topic that you're interested in, I would say you do research on that topic, and the internet is a good place to get started.
Where and when do you do research? I've done research. It is an amazing amount of facts, information that has been put in front of you by the citizens of Lowell. If they're willing to do that, why are you not willing to do that?
Well, I can say if there's a topic that you're interested in, that you want to research, the internet is a good place to start.
Have you done that? Has your curiosity been sparked tonight? Has any of the community members made any points where you're maybe? Or are you just sitting there?
We're going to, I do research online all the time. So what it is.
I have one last comment, one question for you. If you are not willing to do the research of all the questions that these amazing people have asked you, you have the ability to ask Microsoft to answer their questions during one of these meetings. You have the ability to do that. You do. They are supposedly the experts at this and can answer the questions in real time.
answered at the meeting. Just you asking, oh, you want an answer right now? No. It has to be researched.
They should already have done that.
And then it will be put out on the website.
You know, ma'am, if I may just add just something on that. I had some feelings too. I was hoping to be able to have a little bit of some interaction with Microsoft myself tonight. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the beginning of the meeting got off not a very good start. A lot of stuff that they had said, we couldn't really hear. We had to read it on this thing up there. So I was hoping that there would be some time in here, and we feel I've got a ton of questions, to ask them. And I'll be glad to ask them, But I think at this point, I was hoping everybody would have been able to hear their presentation. Maybe they've seen it, maybe they've read it, maybe everyone's good with that. But I think there were some folks that came here too that just wanted some information. And unfortunately, they weren't able to hear it. This is the first time I've heard a formal presentation from Microsoft. And unfortunately, I was not able to hear the whole presentation. So
You have us in a war with
yes, I agree. It's not the most comfortable accommodations, but we had to abide by certain things that would fit the amount of people, and we're doing what we have to do to continue to.
So I'm speaking to you now directly.
Well,
I know the chairman, so he's the chairman.
I just want to comment.
I can have a discussion with you too, as a citizen. If you are taking notes and asking people sitting here the questions, how are we going to see which of the questions you took from the committee or from the community that were valid that you wanted to ask? Where do we get to see that? Because we've lost a lot of trust in you. And just saying we're going to ask you these questions does not give us much faith in you representing us as a community.
Well, I'm a paper person, and I have tons and tons of these kind of notebooks with all kinds of questions on them, and I'm going to expect the paperwork from Microsoft, not just the presentation. There will be documentation. There'll be third-party investigations into backing up. When they were told at the beginning that they've already done the environmental survey out there. Well, I have a lot of questions on it. Did they do it? Did they hire some third-party company to do it? Who did this? So these are all the things we want to get down to. I'm not turning a deaf ear to people on saying I'm not hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing it, but it just unfortunately it didn't work as good as I was hoping for tonight. I was hoping to have some interaction back and forth with people, with the Microsoft team to address some of these questions. But now I think we've got maybe a little more of a crowd that maybe wants to listen. Before there's too much. There was a lot of background noise, and I don't mean that in a bad way. But there was just a lot of noise.
Yes, I hear that.
But you can still direct your questions to us, though.
I know,
Please.
but they're human and they're sitting here, so I can ask that question. Are you going to answer our question?
As I mentioned earlier, if the township would like to have our team come back and talk through specific topics, we're willing to bring people that are experts in those fields to answer more detailed questions. And it sounds like the township would be accommodating in future meetings so we can not do an approval, just workshop where we can present information and answer your questions. I think that is our intent, to continue the conversation and start to work through these issues that people are concerned about. I am a land development manager. I handle the zoning and the application. We have other people that can speak to these topics more knowledgeably than I can. And so our hope is to continue to provide that information. As we said, this is not a one meeting and done. This is a process that we're willing to work through with the township. And so, I'm just reiterating what I said earlier, and hopefully that clarifies what's being asked. Thanks.
You have the power and
are, and we'll send them to Microsoft, and they can get them to the people.
Once again, can you please specify exactly which township email address you would like those submitted to?
Mark, I know you said you were unable to hear a lot of the Microsoft presentation, but if you had a chance to read the packet they submitted, everything they spent the hour and 15 minutes doing was in their application packet. It's all there. It's the same graphics and everything, so you can catch up by reading that. There's nothing really new.
Well, what I said is the first time I've been in front of a presentation with them, so make sure you say what
Oh, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying it's all there. That the hour and 15 minutes is the material that was submitted to this council. Yeah. So I think what the board is failing to recognize here is that I don't think the community is waiting for new information on cooling chips. They're not waiting for new information on herb size and the size of the trees. What they've been telling you since December is they don't want a data center design in any manner.
The United States has approximately almost 5,000 data centers. China has less than 500. Why do we need more data centers? Can Microsoft people do their research to find out what these data centers are going to be used for? I'm under the impression that it's not for us as citizens. It's for the military and for surveillance of citizens. I would like a report that explains why we need more data centers when we already have over 10 times the amount of any other country.
Is there anyone else that wants to make?
Hi, Jeanette Stevenson, Lowell Township. First, I'd like to thank every person that is still here in this building and outside this building. Appreciate you being here. If and when the Planning Commission deliberates on potential ordinances or regulations regarding a data center or any similar buildings with similar types of content inside them, I would like to request that you work with the Lowell Area Fire Department to discuss any concerns that they might have from their point of view. Both today and at prior township meetings, members of the public have mentioned concerns of fire hazards and concerns regarding the capacity that is had by not just the Lowell Area Fire Department, but also really any nearby fire department or group of first responders. I'm concerned about the abilities we collectively have to address all the potential hazards that come along with the properties containing data centers. Surely the ability of an emergency occurring at a data center, the probability of an emergency occurring at a data center in Lowell is extremely rare. However, it is also extremely rare that the Lowell community would ever experience a plane crash in our community. I would like to remind you of a horrible day last summer in Virgins Township. Around 4:27 p.m. on July 21st, a small single-engine plane crashed into one of the self-storage buildings at Whistle Stop Self-Storage in Virgins Township. Everyone in the Lowell Area Fire Department began responding immediately. And I'd like to share with you a brief timeline of the response to that single-engine plane crash. That was at 4:27 that the first call was put into 911. At 4:31, storage buildings are on fire. They started sending the Airport Fire Department, Ada, Cascade, Alto, and Caledonia Fire Departments. The fire department was on scene at 4:35. Heavy fire from the buildings, and they were asking for another new fire department, Grattan. At 4:36, they also asked for help from Saranac and Cannon Fire Department. At 5:07, the fire department continued to fight the fire. They were 30 minutes on scene at that point. At 5:20, they needed more manpower at the scene, sending crews from Plainfield, Alpine, and Gaines Township. At 5:23, they said that they needed more support resources to refill the fire department air tanks. At 5:27, conditions inside the building where the plane was at were still too hazy to determine even the color or the tail number. They had no idea what exactly had hit that building. At 5:39, Alpine said that they were unavailable to help, responding to other more local incidences, and they started sending Sparta Fire Department instead with the platform truck and more manpower. At 5:46, they need all available fire department from Ada Fire Department to respond to the scene. At 6:02, multiple EMS on scene for firefighter safety and patient care if any was needed. 2 hours into this, at 6:30, food and drinks have been brought in for the responders on scene, knowing it would be at least a couple more hours. At 6:42, EMS had confirmed one person had passed away. At 7:45, some fire flaring back up on one side. 4.5 hours into this, and 12 fire departments later, for one single engine plane. At 9:08, crews had fire mostly out, continuing overhaul and cataloging debris. 2 people passed away in this plane crash. This is personal to me because 11 days prior to this, I flew out of the airport that they were trying to get to with my 2 sons and a friend. And it really shook me because I never thought something like that could happen here in Lowell. It's extremely rare. Just like any sort of fire or hazard could happen at a data center. Just like having an airport in the Lowell area increases the chance of a plane-related emergency happening in the Lowell area, so does having a data center in our Lowell area increase the chances of data center-related emergencies. I hope that my comments do not come across as intending to be shock content or viewed in threatening ways. That's not my intention. Just want to share with you my thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Last call. Anyone else? I'm closing the public input section of the meeting. Next item on the agenda, Commissioner comments. Do we have any comments?
No thank you to community.
Okay. Entertain a motion. I'll support. Carl, seconds. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Thank you, folks. Sorry
Thank
it
you
was
very
so
much,
late.
folks. It was a fun evening.
Alright. Thanks for watching, y'all. Can't believe there's still 7 of you on at, I got off at 1 something in the morning. But it's finally over for tonight. It's gonna be a long slog. Have a good night.